Yes. You are here for another episode of The Void. It's another Tuesday. Late in the evening, 9:30. Oh my god, what's going on? Sub-rock beats in the background. Per the huge. Let me get this house in order. Get this under control. Oh yeah. Oh, sub-rock beat stuff. Alright. That was track 18 on side AB. On his double vinyl LP. Looks like we have one person on with us. I think I've got the volume on. No, it's still coming through my mic. No, it's still coming through. How about now? Oh, see, man. All right, there's barely. All right, there we go. Just a little bit of sub-rock beats in there. All right. Now, all right. So you may notice, maybe notice the sound. That I'm not in the shop studios. Not tonight. Had some issues. Stand by. Had some camera issues real quick here. Get this edited down. Not edited. All right, we're live. We're on. Looks like we got one person on out of the billions of people on this earth. One person, very unique person on this planet. All right. And here we are. That's right. What is up, everybody? So we're meeting tonight to talk about the future. So I don't have very high hopes for the future. I think some crazy things are going to happen that we're not really, I don't know. Are we prepared for it? I don't know. First of all, why am I not in the shop studio? A little bit of Murphy's Law, a little bit of Hofstadter's Law, if you like those fake laws like that. Things that you think will take a certain amount of time always will take longer than you think. And you should always plan for the crazy unexpected or whatever. Plan for the worst because it may happen. So, or if something bad's going to happen, it will happen. Alright, so let's check. Yeah, I think the music volume, it's like, that's about as low as it goes. But while we can still have little sub-rock beats, let me know if it's a little too loud. And I can get that taken care of. So, tonight, seeds in the snow, what did that mean? I don't know. I was trying to think about, sort of last minute. I've had some issues. Why am I here and not in the shop studio? Because issues with one of those projects, that Red Devil Roadster that we saw last week, is causing me problems. It won't start. It is blocking the doorway to the shop studios, and therefore the shop has to stay open, the shop door. Not something I really wanted to do while I had the show going with mosquitoes and all of those things. No siree, Bob. Not in Florida. Not I. So, anyway, I'm here in the green room. Well, I don't know. It looks sort of gray on the camera. It's actually green. It's this ugly. I don't know why I painted it this color. It was years ago. It was on a different palette back in the day, decade ago. So, I mean, tonight is Seeds in the Snow. Why did I call it that? Because I was thinking about, like, what is something so precarious that you really don't know what the fate of it. Like, I just felt like, I don't know, there's so much uncertainty that how do you sort of sum that up? And sort of an image that was conjured in my mind were seeds in the snow. Sort of seeds not in the ground, not sown in the ground, you know, like tulips or something, but really seeds sort of that have fallen in the snow, exposed, you know. The titmouse can come and eat that seed. The cardinal can come and take that seed. And, you know, I feel like either you could say we individually, or you could say society, you could say the economy. I mean, there's so many things on the edge of precarity, right? In a precarious situation. You know, basically on the edge. And that's what I feel like seeds in the snow are sort of like, you know, because nothing could happen all winter, or, you know, could be picked up by some scavengers, you know, and it just ends. So I think that we're in a season, a season of change of some sort. It's like, you know, I talk about friends to folks who listen about how in high school in the 90s, man, I thought it was gonna be boring. Like all of the big things have been fought for. Civil rights, excuse me, civil rights, women's suffrage, blah blah. All that's sort of been taken care of. What's going on? 90s, end of history, fall of the Soviet Union. And now we're on this like edge of some kind of weird cliff. I mean, I don't know. And if you talk to some Trump people, they think the deep state is doing some kind of weird thing, and the Dems. And, oh my God. And meanwhile, I mean, there's Republicans even realizing that we're on the edge as a country, and they know what's going on with our president. It's just topsy-turvy crazy. I don't know. What do you think? Got one person? Share, like, subscribe, share. Get more than one person on as a live show. Let's have a conversation. What is up? So the one person live. What is up? What are your thoughts? What do you think is going to happen in the future? I mean, I think this is the part where we really have to have this sort of spiritual reckoning, or the spiritual question. Let me see if I can get some other folks to jump in and help give some insight into this whole madness. You know, there might be some folks that are all down to be on the show. So let's just see. So I'm gonna just send out this group call to a bunch of folks I was talking to, old folks from high school that I went to high school with, actually. I know that was redundant, but I didn't really plan it out. So anyway, let's see if anyone answers. If someone answers, let's ask them what their thoughts on the future are. Looks like there may be a person on the chat. What do we got? Maybe.
That was good, man.
Let's see what's going on.
John, what up?
They may or may not have my.
What up, man? How you been?
Let me see here.
Chilling, man. How about
This
yourself?
may or may not work.
Really good, thank you.
Turn off Seprock Beats in order to hear.
So what's happening right now?
All right, so can you guys hear me okay, or hello? Hey, Rain. Is
I
that
hear
you?
you.
Rain
Is this
dog.
the Boyd? Is this the Boyd show?
Hello?
Are we all on the Boyd right now?
Yes,
Are we
indeed
all
you
on the?
are.
Why is everybody's cameras off?
Indeed you are. Well, my
I
camera
need
is
to put a
being
shirt on.
so my camera is being hijacked right now, so nobody actually can see you anyway. They're only hearing you, so don't worry. Do you want them to see you?
I don't care. Who's all on? First of all,
I don't know. I have somebody watching.
Oshon.
There's one
Oshon, are you
person.
there?
There's one person in the world of billions
Yeah,
of
I'm up
people.
here.
There's one person watching live on
What up,
YouTube right now
Oshon?
on the show.
What's up, boy?
What up with
Let's
you?
see. I'm trying to get this to work. All right, so we're talking about the future. So you guys are on the show. So I just wanted to see who would actually answer and see if you guys had any thoughts about the future of our country, the future
Hold on,
of society.
hold on. Before we get Oshon.
Who is even on the call? So everybody.
What's
By the
good?
way, you were on the Boyd show, whether you knew it or not. You're already live. I can't tell you otherwise. I mean, you're just already on. You're not. You're just audio only. So please, the folks on the call, introduce yourselves if you don't mind. I'd really appreciate it, and thank you so much for joining the Boyd podcast tonight.
Yo, Sean, do you know what the show's about?
It's about the state of the country right now.
Indeed, or yes,
Kind of our
yes.
thoughts about that, right?
In what? Hold on. Yes. Okay. Let me just adjust some of this volume here. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Was that Oshon? Was that you talking?
Yeah, I'll introduce myself. My name is Oshon Jefferson.
What's
so,
up, Oshon? Thanks so much.
I work at Lewis Price and Associates. I'm a instructor. I teach advanced studies, strategic communications, and public affairs.
Wow.
So happy to be on with you, man.
Amazing. Thank you so much, man. That is awesome. Yeah, so tonight we're talking about, I mean, the title of the show is Seeds in the Snow, because that's sort of the image that was conjured in my mind to think about the future of our country and the future of us as individuals, that there's so much uncertainty, that we're like seeds laying on the surface of the snow, unable to reach soil yet, but we could make it, or we could get plucked by the birds. And so that's the way I feel about the future. Now, I'm hoping I'm wrong. Maybe some people have a very positive view of the future. So let's see. So what are your thoughts? And also tell us a little, if you want to tell us also a little bit about your background too. Feel free to.
Who's that question to?
Oshon, are you still on with us?
Who was that question? Yeah, I'm still here. I'm sorry. I'm driving, so forgive me if
Yeah. Okay.
I fade out a little bit.
That's fine. Yeah, actually, thanks, Oshon, for your introduction. I'm really sorry. I lost my place here. I'm trying to multitask. Let's see here. So, who else is on the call with us?
We got Tangeray from the FIP.
All right.
I'm actually about to go to work right now. But I'll be chiming in here and there.
Yeah, jump in and off, and let us know what your thoughts are.
As much as
Word.
yeah, I'm ready to see what everybody got to say, what everybody got to talk about. Hopefully this be a good little experience.
I hope
Share
so
some
too.
ideas.
Absolutely.
Share some views.
Who else we
So how
have?
did you know about the show? How did you know about the show?
You're breaking up a little bit. What were you saying?
I was asking Oshon, how did he know about the show?
Oh, well, I
I
called
saw it in the
everybody.
thread, my man.
Oh, you did. Okay, cool, cool,
Yeah, I
cool,
saw
cool.
it
I
in the
sent you
thread.
that invite. I was making sure. I didn't know
Yeah.
if you seen it, but yeah, I sent you that invite and shit. I figured you would be kind of interested in talking, speaking your mind from how I see you, with your posts and all, little Congressman Jefferson going on. So I like to, I want to pick your head, see exactly what you talked about since we got out of high school and stuff. You know what I mean?
Well,
Everybody's everybody's lives kind of took kind of a weird little turns, not even weird turns, but just good turns for the most, I feel, as far as most people that I still deal with, come in contact with. You know, it's pretty dope that you doing that activist political stuff and stuff.
well, I'm gonna tell you what, man. I am optimistic
What up?
because it, I'm a big fan of James Baldwin, and James Baldwin used to always talk about the lie of America.
Ooh wee.
We
Okay.
kind of are nostalgic about the idea of what America is supposed to be, but never
Right.
was. So I'm
The false
optimistic.
American dream.
Yeah, false dream. We
Yeah.
like we have life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. It's written entirely in optimism. It was executed in straight up, racism and lies. We've known this for years, right? These statues and this sentiment's not new. I just think that when you combine COVID with joblessness, um, and then George Floyd being the catalyst, this is the perfect storm for change. So we always knew that when the truth, when truth gets revealed, it can either be accepted as pain, when somebody tells you the truth of something, or it can be accepted with joy. And I think
Hmm.
right now it's being accepted with a lot of pain. People have waxed nostalgic. There's a thing called the lost movement, and the lost
Hmm.
movement is why these Confederate statues went up. They wanted to
Hmm.
rewrite history and how the Confederation looked. So we're living under. There's a lot of people who were raised in the South who are living under that heritage as the Confederacy being some beautiful Southern heritage thing, and not the ugly
Hmm.
fight for slavery that it really was. So for the rest
So,
of us living under this BS, we're just trying to get free, man.
so do you say a lot of people down south, they look at that's just they're used to, like that's a norm to them.
Yeah, I mean, if I build you, if I tell you that your great great granddaddy fought in the Civil War and he fought for the beautiful South, and I kind of show you that it's all lemonade and big ballrooms and beautiful dancing and Southern hospitality, it's not it's not presented to you with hate. It's presented to you like it's this beautiful heritage thing. Um, so you got people carrying the flag, not caring that it's offensive. They're saying it's heritage. But if you go look at the speech, there's this thing called the Cornerstone speech that Stephen Anderson did. He's the vice president of the Confederacy, and he lays out why the South seceded from the U.S. And he says straight up, it's because black people are inferior. They should never be equal. So when you kind of look at the origins and real history versus what's been whitewashed to us, what's been beautified, I think a lot of history has been painted over to make it acceptable, make it comfortable. Like Dr. King is wax nostalgic, and 39% of people thought he brought his death on himself. Dr. King was hated in his life, but now it's all whitewashed, and he believed in nonviolence. They used to beat them. They
Right.
beat them. That's how nonviolence was met, with beatings and protests and water poured on them. They had to train for that. People forget that they had to train for the hate because there was no other way they could do it. It was in that time. So
Yeah.
we forget that Dr. King died he was only 39, man. I'm older than Dr. King. I live longer than Dr. King. He
Wow.
seemed like an old man, but he never was an old man.
Yeah.
So we
That's
kind of look at him like he was
crazy.
60 or something, but he was only 39 when he died.
Hmm.
Listen to that. 39. How yeah, what perspective. Oshan, that's interesting. I'm a big fan of James Baldwin. I need to know more about him, but so far I've been a big fan, and I'm glad you mentioned him. I have a question for you about the culture, especially in the South. But do you feel that there is an American, sort of an Americana culture of racism that sort of That do you believe that something like that exists?
If you go back to um, the movie called The Birth of a Nation,
Yes.
um, that movie, the KKK had died out a little bit but when that movie came out, and then Woodrow Wilson, and I guess I should go back before that. If you look at Nat Turner, right, how his story was the dangerous black man. When you look at a lot of how we're viewed, I think his story is first. They kind of made Nat Turner hide your wife and kids. This dangerous black man will kill you. You know,
Mm,
you can't let him read and write. And then you flash forward to A Birth of a Nation, and that trope, that's black people. You don't want them in leadership. Hide your white women. Hide your children. And if you
right.
go look at how many riots in the 20s, we talk about the Tulsa riots in 1921. That movie, Birth of a Nation, reinvigorates the KKK. And then there's race riots all through the 20s, the early 10s, 20s,
Right.
that they don't talk about, right? That, they'll talk about
Well,
looters,
right.
but they
And
don't
if
talk
you
about
look at
600 deaths in Tulsa.
absolutely
They
and
killed us when they rioted.
100%. And in the it's interesting that you bring that up because in Jacksonville, there's the Axe Handle Sunday or something along those lines, where white people ran around beating up black people in Jacksonville, and it just sort of dawned on me that every town probably has a story like that. It's just that certain ones are more
Hey, I'm going through a
notorious.
toll, so give me 1 second.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Oh,
going through a toll, so let me jump off real
oh,
quick.
absolutely, absolutely. But
But I
to
am here, so this is Rain D. What's
yeah,
up,
yeah,
y'all?
Rain, what are your thoughts on what we're talking about?
Oh, it's great, man. It's great to hear both of you speaking about what needs to be talked about, and Oshan's perspective is valuable, and I'm enjoying it. Keep it going.
All right. Well, good, good. Yeah, I'm really glad to see what he has to say. I mean, so I think it's like I don't know. I'm trying to think of some if you think of some kind of pastime that used to be like a pretty popular thing that people reveled in and
Mm-hmm.
people don't do anymore and it's like shunned. What's something like that? I feel like that
Um,
is like racism.
right,
Like
right, right. Like you could trace it back to something that was racist or
like
it
I
was used
mean,
to.
it's okay. It's like dog racing or any kind of like animal racing or competition or
Mm-hmm.
something. Tabari has joined. What is up, sir? You're on the Boyd, by the way. Audio
What's
only. You're
good?
not. Don't worry. Your camera's not on. It's just showing my soon to be possibly. Excuse me. I've been drinking this beer. Um, soon to be beer drinking. Well, currently beer drinking. So by the way, sir, if you just letting you know, so camera is not on the show anyway. But Oshan is on. We're talking about the future. We're
Okay.
talking. We're talking about sort of actually, it's interesting. The show's about the future, but in order to talk about the future, Oshan brought us back to the past a little bit. And my question to him was, do you believe or do you feel like there's a culture of racism and that maybe my secondary question I guess would be, do you feel like racists are trying to hold on to that culture of racism? And I was trying to come up with an analogy sort of like, this is not going to be exactly the same, but just to sort of give you a taste of the analogy, it's something like dog racing. It's like some people or horse racing even. Some people are so into it. Kentucky Derby, Doobie Doobie, whatever. There's all these things. And what if we said, you know what? It's cruel to race the animals. It's bad. We should not do that anymore. And people would be like, no, I like it. And I feel like on top, not only is there a sinister effect of reality, material reality being affected by these sort of, yeah, well, let me back up. Going back to what would motivate people to take sinister action? it is that there was this culture of this thing that you did, which was be racist. And that was like, it's like going to the races with your uncle or something, and like going and betting on horses, or like, oh, we're not allowed to have horse races anymore. Oh, we're not allowed to be racist anymore. And it's like this thing that these white people did that they can't overtly do anymore. And so now they do it through other sinister ways and whatnot. I think, I mean, that's just some weirdo theory I'm throwing out there. But what are your thoughts? Anybody, including Tabari or Oshan, if you want to jump in and opine on that. Or anybody.
All right.
Or no one at all.
Is there a culture of racism?
Yeah, what do you
there
think
is.
about what's driving this? I mean, there's a lot of people.
They're not gonna easily lay down and get rid of their
Yes,
their
what's motivating
heritage.
it? What's driving it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is. Like, there's this lingering.
I'll tell you what's motivating it for racist white people.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because they don't want to be eradicated, and because the browns and blacks are taking over this experiment called the United States of America, and we're growing by
What
the
are they
day,
afraid
and,
of?
and
What
they
are the
feel
white
threatened
people
by that.
afraid of, though?
Hmm?
What is it that they're afraid of? Are they afraid that the black people will and the brown people will make them use a different, like, toilet or something?
Yeah, anything. Breathe a different air. I don't know. Drink a different tasting water.
I mean, like, for real, though.
They think
I
it's
mean,
going
I
to
don't
affect
get it.
their
I
whole
don't get it.
well-being.
I think you're 100% right, 100%. But I just don't understand the motivation. I get maybe, perhaps that's what it is.
Go ahead. Anybody.
Tabari, I can't hear you if you're talking. Are you talking, Tabari? I hear somebody's door.
Yeah. TJ, Oshan, and Tabari.
That's me. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear TJ.
Yeah. TJ, I would
Yeah.
love to hear your perspective
Yeah,
on this.
I'm
TJ,
trying
what's your
to.
perspective on this?
Yeah, I'm trying to talk. It's
Can y'all
just,
hear?
I'm kind of I'm at
Yeah,
work.
Oshan, is that you?
Well,
No, I
if
don't
you
think
can't
that was
Mari.
opine, then
that was
that's
Mari.
fine too. But if you
But
if you aren't
I'm
able to say
trying to
anything,
get it in there, but
mute your
I'm
phone if
kind
you
of at
can.
work,
So go ahead. Yes.
so it's kind of hard for me to talk the way I would like to talk. You know what I mean?
No doubt. Go ahead. Give
But
the PC answer, and feel free to be as open as you would like on our show if nobody's around, and you can speak as openly as you'd like.
Even if you
But
don't
you know
like
what?
what I just
My
said, please.
my thing is they just feel that they're losing control, and people don't like to feel like they're losing control. And they feel it, that white privilege. They feel like they're entitled to whatever they're supposed to be entitled to, and the fact that black and brown people are coming and taking what they feel is theirs, they're scared. That's just human nature. They don't want to lose their entitlement that they feel that they're owed. Like, oh, they feel like they're not supposed to be freaking pulled over, and you know what I mean. Like they're supposed to get away with certain things. Like they feel, like the privilege. They feel privileged. Like they're only supposed to live in certain neighborhoods, and blacks ain't supposed to be here, and browns ain't supposed to be doing this, and it's only this or that. Like that whole structure that they was born into, all that shit is falling apart in their life, and they're fucking scared. And that's the thing that's this racist, these KKK people are so afraid of. They're losing their fucking power that they have. That's it. They know their time is up, and they're willing to fight for it. End of story. You
So
know,
they just
that's it.
want
That's
this
thing. That's
power
it.
and balance. They want to maintain this.
They know their time is up. And there's people that feel like that, and they're willing to fight and die for it. That's why you got these people walking around with guns, claiming white power and all this other stuff, man.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
And they don't need to cover their faces anymore.
No more. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing.
The
Because they
environment,
know.
they don't even care. Yeah.
No, they don't care no more because they know it's to them. They know it's war. They know it is war, and that's why, like, when you see like black people and brown people like wilding out, and people looking at us like, oh, we're crazy. And like, nah, it's not that we're crazy. You see what these people are doing. You see they in our face. Like they walk around with fucking nooses and fucking chain and guns in front of talking white power. What does that show a brown and black person? That they want to kill us. So what the fuck do you think we're trying to do? You know, and but we're the ones that look that crazy.
Right, right.
Right in our face with a fucking rifle saying white power. You don't see black people walking around with fucking, you know what I mean? You don't see that shit.
No, but when you do, when they do get a taste of their own, display of
BLM don't even
just it's a big deal. It's a big deal.
They're not even armed like the Black Panthers and BLM.
James, are you there?
People. Can you hear me?
Have we lost the void?
Well, I think. Hold on. I think TJ's mic might be
I'm still here.
overpowering us.
I'm still
What's
here.
going on?
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, but let me. Hold on. Can you guys can hear me, right? I might need.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Hold up.
DJ, we hear you.
All right. So, what was I gonna say? I can't remember.
Rain, by the way. What up?
Yes. So, what were you saying? Go ahead.
I don't know.
You had a question, I think.
Well, I said What do you have to say?
What about the racist?
James.
Yeah.
What do you have to say?
About what? About the racist people?
About what TJ just said. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I guess but at the same time, like, it's just this weird hypocrisy where, like, on one hand it's they're so afraid of losing.
It's an NS? Oh. Wow.
Hello? Oh. They're so afraid of losing their their ability to whatever, that to have this power, that they're willing to do some heinous, crazy things in order to maintain that status. You know what I mean? And what are they afraid of? Do you think they're afraid that black and brown people will treat them the same way, like a segregation and those kinds of things, the same way that happened from white supremacy?
You know what it is? You know what it is? You know what it is? It's the guilt factor that they have. They know exactly all the shit that they've done. You know what I mean? And they know their guilt, and deep down in their heart.
Hey, TJ.
So see, that's that guilty feeling. That's why they can't admit to the wrong they have done. Deep down in their heart, they feel that whatever happens to them, they kind of deserve it. You know what I mean? Like they know that shit. Like they know that. So it's just that fear factor.
Are you talking about the white supremacists, or are you talking about white people in general?
White people, all of them. White people in general who feel that they're entitled, and the ones that are scared of this black movement, this brown movement, they're scared because they feel like, oh, if black and brown people come into power, they're gonna put us into slavery. They really they have that fucked up mindset that they think we're gonna fucking kill them all off, put them into slavery, fucking make them our slaves. You know what I mean? Like that's their fear. That's their fear. That is it.
Tabari, what do you think about that? Do you agree with that, Tabari?
I do agree with that in a sense, because
that's how scared the white people are.
Yeah.
All right, let Tabari in.
They feel
Cause like what Tank said, that's true. That guilt factor is the same reason why they can't admit to the wrong they've done to us for so many years. But right now, with everything going on and with this pandemic showing light on a lot of stuff that we've already known, but this pandemic is making more people see it, and it's what's going on, and that's rebelling, and y'all get more and more afraid.
And another thing, right? Let me tell you another thing. Another thing that they're scared of, this whole, you know how they like to put God into everything and be so religious about everything, right? So in their minds, if they look back at the Bible, they see that God is telling them that they the ones that's really supposed to be the slaves. You know what I mean? Like we're supposed to be controlling them. And they know that's kind of written in the book, in their book that they hold so sacred to their hearts. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's the shit that they're scared of. No, that is the shit that they're scared of, because they know that if they really was to look at their so-called Bibles, that thing that they hold so dear to their heart, that they hold up, God, this
Right.
Jesus said that. If they really look at it and read the fine print, they'll see that they're the real devils, that they are the devils, and that they should
Yeah,
be
that's true.
castaways.
That's true. That's true.
Word up.
That's
But
You know what I
I
very
mean?
think,
They
true.
I
they'll
mean,
they'll see that shit. And that's
but I
that
think,
that is the fear that they
okay,
have deep down inside, that they
okay.
know that
Oh,
they
So
are
John,
the
go ahead.
devil.
I think there's a few
but I,
things maybe going on here. Are you talking about like the white evangelists or something, or are you
No,
talking
I'm
about?
talking about
evangelicals.
just plain white people in general. I'm talking about like yo, when I say white people as devils, I'm talking about that just white people in general, like the whole, or any white person that feels that they are better than a black person or better than any type of race. I'm talking about people like that. They know that they are the devil, and they know that if they lose their power, that we have every right to fucking do whatever the fuck we want to do to them, chop their fucking heads off, and that's what they're scared of.
There's two types
Word
of
up.
there's two
Huh?
types of white people though.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there are.
There
There are.
there are the racist ones who are, they don't like you because of their skin. That's deep rooted in Jim Crow. But then there's
Okay.
people that's it's power. They
Yeah.
don't actually care about skin color. But
Yeah.
the thing is when if you inherited $1 million, right, you would take all the privileges and everything that comes with that. That's a
Of
positive
course.
inheritance. But if you inherit a deficit of moral courage and moral character, nobody wants accountability for that.
Mm.
So they just want the benefits, right? I want the benefits of slavery. In other words, we enslaved y'all for 400 years, and we were able to build generational wealth off that shit, in land, in political power, in building the systems. I mean, I've been teaching for years. I
Education.
had a student tell me that he hates all the history months. He don't like women's history months. He thinks it keeps us divided. So what I had him do, I said, pull out all the textbooks I used, or the schoolhouse uses to teach you, the standard by which you are
Hey,
graded, the
Oshan,
standard by which you have to live.
stand by
And what
for a
he could
moment.
not find
Oshan,
is
stand
any
by for a
black
moment.
authors.
Hey, Tabari and TJ, can you mute your phones for a moment? You guys, we can't hear Oshan talking.
Yeah, I had
Please.
already muted mine.
Oh, that's good. Oh, sorry. I mean, just TJ then. Thank you so much. All right, Oshan, please go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no problem. So when you inherit this thing, and you inherit power, or you inherit a deficit in culture, I look at it like this. I brought it personal. So when me and my wife got together, and she had been assaulted once before, and as a man, I didn't cause that pain, but I was the person that had to solve that pain because I was involved with it, and it taught me something about just this whole this whole thing. When my wife approached me in anger, I realized it wasn't me. So if I actually care about you, I get it. I take that pain because I know I didn't do it, but I represent all the men, or the man that did. And so my thing is, if you really care about somebody, you really love them, or really your brother, your sister, or whatever, I realize the deepness of that really means is I'm willing to accept the pain I didn't cause. And if I really care about you, I'll walk through it with you. And when I look at some of my white friends, especially during this time, they don't give a shit. It's not the fact that you didn't cause that you caused the pain, but the pain was caused. You know that how these systems were set up. You know that Nixon started a war on drugs in 1968, declared it June 17, 1971, and it tore up black communities. They,
But
and,
see,
and
they don't care. They don't care about that because they see as they weren't there. Why should they inherit the issues that their ancestors
right,
put on us?
yeah, they say they weren't there,
Mm.
but like my uncle Bobby been in prison for since 1981, right? Trumped up charges, got a murder charge, all the tropes, right? All the things that Brian Stevenson and Equal Justice Initiative fight over. And the thing is, I know so many black people arrested on frivolous things. I have I retired from the military. We used to do rap music together, and I'll say this: when we was younger, we did knucklehead stuff, but none of the knucklehead stuff we did when we was younger warranted a death sentence. But if I got killed at 17 and 18, my story would be young rapper thug, which that
Wow.
wasn't really who
Yeah.
we were. We were just young,
Right.
and we
Exactly.
never got a chance.
They can portray the most negative side of you.
Right. And if I now you flash forward now in my 40s, I'm retired military. I have four children. I got this great job, but it doesn't matter. All that matters when I still meet people, and I think about this. I taught at a university, and I can't tell you how many times people asked me for extra chairs, and I was the person there to speak. Like, could you go, make sure we have extra water? I'm the next speaker. I got a bow tie on and everything, but I'm the help. So when you run into that, it felt if I felt like that. Like it doesn't matter what you accomplish and what you learn and who you are. There are some people that still only see you, and I gotta say it raw. You just a nigga,
Mm-hmm.
and that's agitating. And when you, as a black man, when you sit up there and feel that kind of pressure, you almost it's like Baldwin said. To be black in America is to be angry all day. Is to be angry at all times, and I feel that.
Exactly.
And that's why a lot of white people don't understand, like, why are we so angry? They ask people, like black people, why are you guys so angry all the time? Why are you guys so angry? Just because, like, we're always fighting, feel like we're always fighting a battle, regardless of whatever
Yeah.
we do. We always have to fight that battle. You know what I mean? Like, we always have to put that extra effort forward just so we can
It's an everyday
look
struggle.
normal. You know what I mean? Just to look normal. You know what I mean? Even just to look normal in a white person's eyes, it's still like fucked up. Like it's still a fucked up look that they still give you. You know what I mean?
Because
Like,
what happens if you one day say, today I'm gonna be happy, I'm gonna smile all day, and I'm gonna treat people with kindness all day and not be mad? How do they perceive you then? Tell me.
they think you're cuckoo. Like
Yeah, yeah,
like
you're on
something's wrong
drugs.
with you.
The same way they
Yeah,
look at
you're
you. That's the
out of
same
your
way they
mind.
look at you today, no matter what you did. It's still the color of your skin. It's
At the
still
end
the
of the
hate
day.
that's in your heart that's been bred over time, over and over again.
And I say this, I don't think most black people I meet are not angry like that. My happiness gets interrupted by bullshit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, speak
That's
on that.
when I think about my life
Yeah,
and
that's
what
what
it's
it
really
is.
like. I love my life. I love hanging out with my kids. I love my family. I love being black. But when you get interrupted by bullshit, that's what pisses you off. I think that's a
That's right.
misnomer. We happy. You go to a black people party, go to a barbecue.
Right.
We have a good
Right.
time.
Yes.
Throw out spades, dominoes. I
Oh
love
yeah,
us. But when
yeah.
you run into bullshit,
Bullshit.
then that's when you get it.
And
You don't
that,
get
and that's the
Iverson,
only
Ruffles,
time they
Jesse
see
Jefferson.
you,
You don't
right?
get O'Shawn.
That's the only time that's the only time they see you is when you're going through the bullshit, and they think that's how you are 24/7.
Tupac said it best. They only notice a nigga when he carrying a 4-5. The only
That's
one,
true. That's facts. That's
or
facts.
or like my man Anderson Paak said, the only time don't you want to come around the hood and call us animals. The only time you turn the cameras on is when we blowing shit up. That's the only time you want to show us. And then you want to be like, oh my God, they're looting, they're burning stuff up. But that's when you show us. Any other time we've been screaming and saying, hey man, look at all these food deserts. Look at all the joblessness.
Exactly.
Look at the poor
They always
education.
show
Look
the
at the
negative
underfunded.
side of us. They always show the negative side of us, and that's what people see, and that's what people think we are.
Right, you gonna show me when I snap. Like, if all you showed in my marriage was the arguments, you'd be like, damn, them motherfuckers never get along.
Exactly.
And that's
Exactly.
not the case. But that's all you
That's
show.
not the case. That's not the case.
Yeah, I've likened the United States, the situation, especially with the racists, and even the not racists. It's like the, I don't know, even the ones that are trying to fall away from the tree. Um, that it's a metaphor, almost like a mafia family, like the Sopranos. The kids of the Sopranos, of Tony Soprano, have a choice to make. Do they continue with the family gang business, or do they use their privilege and illegal enterprise, the place that they are in because of their father's power and money and all of those things, to start a new life, doing something other than gangsterism. And I feel like white people or America in general, something is like we're like the kids of the mafia boss. And either we and you have different kind of kids, you know what I mean? There's the kids that's like, I don't care what my pops did, he's the best, period. He raised me, I love him, blah blah. You can't do anything. And in fact, I might even follow, take over the family business. You know what I mean? And then there's the other kids that might decide to go and go get a degree and go do something, and I don't know, maybe they use some of pop's money, but then they go start a business or they go do something else or whatever, and they start a new life, and they acknowledge where they came from, but they're not going to do that anymore because they know it's wrong. You know what I mean? And maybe they'll make up for it by reinvesting in the because they know their pops killed a bodega owner. Maybe they'll invest in the new bodega. You know what I mean? Or something, or give the family some recompense because their dad got, or their grandfather got killed by their dad or something. You know what I mean? Things like that. They have a time of reckoning to be that kid, to either carry it on in the parents' footsteps, or start their own path away from that. Like you said, with Oshan mentioned, starting with that moral deficit. Can you really, can the son of soprano really bear the weight of the father's sins? Not necessarily, but he can make a choice to change that, and he
It's
can
not
use the
necessarily bearing the
privilege that
weight
he
of the
has
sins,
now in that
but
position now
acceptance.
to do something about it. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts?
Oh, Sean, do you think you could just mute your mic for a second so we can hear Tabari? Thank you. Go ahead, Bar.
Now I'll say it's not so much as the guilt, carrying the guilt of your father's sins. It's just the acceptance, knowing the wrong he did, accepting and doing better and making it right. The problem is they don't do that. There's no acceptance. They just want to forget it.
Right. Well, I mean, I think. Well, there's some people that are straight up racist that have ownership, that are like, yeah, we started white supremacists. We shouldn't have freed the slaves and blah blah blah. I'm racist. And in a way, they're sort of like if Tony Soprano's son decided to be like, Tony Soprano, part two, and carry on with the mob side of the business as opposed to going legit. You know what I mean? Because we have a choice. Do we want to acknowledge what has happened, and then because we acknowledge it, we can figure out a way to have a conversation about making amends for that. Like I said, okay, Tony Soprano killed the bodega owner. The son didn't kill him, but maybe the son can use those millions that he has now to do something about it. You know what I mean? Something like that. And I think at this point, there's some people that aren't even willing to acknowledge that their dad is in the mafia right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. They're just complicit. They let it happen.
They know it's there. They know it. They know it in the back of their mind. They know it in their heart of hearts. They know it. But to them, their dad just works for the garbage company. He runs a garbage company. That's what he does. You see what I mean? He didn't slump Mr. Whatever, at the corner. He didn't do that or order the hit because the dude didn't pay protection money. No. He's the CEO of Garbage Inc. and he collects the garbage. And that's all he does. You see what I'm saying? There's this delusion that like some people, it's like battered wife syndrome. It's like the battered wife will
Delusion.
The battered wife will say something like basically think that they are in this dream relationship when they're getting beat every night. You know what I mean? But he loves me. It's a delusion.
Can I just side note about the term white supremacy? I never bought into that term because I never felt like there's anything supreme about them.
Well, it's just
I
a
always felt.
belief system. I mean,
I know,
it's their
but it's
belief.
like that's the title they gave themselves to um what is it
No
to
doubt. Well, I mean,
Yeah, but
it's that
think about the
movement
ego
or
of that.
philosophy.
Think about the ego of white supremacy, though, man. The fact that you made, I mean, they literally made God white.
yeah.
Think about how deep that goes.
Exactly. With
Right.
blue
How about the
eyes
school
and long
books?
blonde hair.
The fact
And they
that
based
people
all
read the
religion
Bible
on
for years and they're like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'd have been overseas. Most of us have lived in Japan. Only Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John's ever met has been in America. So when you change the names and everything, when you remix all of it, where's your ego at? I mean, how deep is your supremacy when you're willing to like
facts.
let a man be described as he had woolly hair like lamb's wool, brass skin, and you blue-eyed dude and said that's Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
And
even
put it
call
up in
him
all, and
Yahweh.
put it up in all churches and everything. It's crazy. You
That's
even
why I
see,
like
you even see the image of Jesus in black churches, and that's the crazy part.
it's either white. It's not white supremacy. It's either white delusion or white lunacy. Which one?
Both.
Well, so
Hmm.
I teach this, man.
Interesting.
So this is what I teach. It's a technique called cabbaging. If you want to get something like a narrative into the minds of a community or a public, you have to put it all in education. You have to put it all in what you see. So there are little kids right now. You can tell them that Jesus is black, but once an image has been ingrained in your head, once you've seen it over and over again, because most white people know 6 black people. They know Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, Frederick Douglass, Barack Obama, George Washington Carver, and Harriet Tubman. That's it.
How about Ali?
Hmm.
Well, he's a boxer, right? They know Ali, they know Jackie Robinson, but in school, you're only taught. You know, there's six black people who did anything in history. These are the ones you should know. And then Ali, they just
Like Eli Whitney,
What's that?
the cotton gin.
Right, Eli Whitney. Like, why the hell would he invent something that got rid of black slaves? Bullcrap.
Right.
But when you look at history and the stuff we've invented in all of our minds, I'm a big fan of a woman named Inez Beverly Prosser. She's the first female psychologist, and she was scared about integration because she said what would happen is if we integrated, white people would never assimilate with black culture. They would just make us assimilate with white culture, and then black children will be traumatized because you have a teacher who doesn't love you, who will never teach you your culture, who will just teach you to be them. And she wrote this in the 1940s, and she was correct. Everything she predicted came true. And those are not psychologists we study. We're going to study Sigmund Freud and every other white person that came along. But if we had listened to her and done integration the right way, and where it was a mixing and a melding of cultures, we'd all be better off. Because hate is not something you grow into. You're taught that in your household. You're taught to hate somebody's skin. You're taught to think you were better. And my grandmother is blacker than blackity black, black, black. I was raised blackity black, 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 black. But I was always taught to respect everybody. And that's what's missing.
That's why the Yakota air-based framework worked for us, because we melded cultures the way we did, and imagine that in America.
Let me ask you this, Oshan. Do with everything, like what you're saying and everything, so basically we can all say it's been messed up from the start. Do you think it's possible to be fixed?
Yeah, well, it's only possible if we stop doing this. We need to stop telling the youth that you're going to change the world. Because if you're alive and you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 70s, 80s, it's all our responsibilities. You can't ask a bunch of new kids to change something when all these assholes are still living.
Exactly, that's true.
It's on all of us. So we got to quit passing the buck, kicking the can to the next generation. My daughter is 18, and she expressed this to me. She said, "Dad, why does everybody like put all these big ticket items on us?" Because she goes, even me, like at my age, there's nobody like me in government and Congress leading the way right now. they're all baby boomers, all in their 70s and 60s and late 50s. So
Mhm.
even my generation, Generation X, we still ain't got a shot. We haven't even been in charge yet.
Right.
So for us to kick it to the next generation is bullshit.
Why is
So
that, by the way?
it's all
What
in.
is
We
it?
all got to do this to change it.
What's causing that? Why are there so many old, like, I guess for lack of a better term, I mean this other generation, like, I guess
Because of the
remnants.
status quo.
Do you think people are actually voting them in that way, or there's some shenanigans going on?
Shenanigans.
Rain says shenanigans. What are your
Yes,
thoughts?
TJ.
what you're trying to
Yes,
say?
yes, yes. Basically,
Okay, the reason why there are
Yeah.
so many old politicians still in office is, for one, don't like Congressmen and senators, don't they keep those jobs for like years and years and
the
years
term
and years and
limits.
years? Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
term limit.
but
So all those
they're
people
up
that's
for
been in
re-election each time
from
though. Why do they keep getting re-elected? Why aren't more
These
why aren't
because
better
these
people
laws are
running
written.
for
These laws are
office?
written for them. These laws are written for them.
right, it's written for them. It's not written for us.
Yeah,
You know?
it's not written
Like
for
they
us.
don't make
That's why they
they don't
always
make
say you gotta get to each election and vote. These laws are written for them. They know that. Most black folks only vote for the main election. They don't know better to vote for the small elections to actually get people in place to change things.
Why not?
Because we're led to believe that the main election is what's the only one that's really important.
Who's leading this?
But then
Who's doing this
when the main
leading?
election happens and we don't go the way we feel it should go, then we start feeling like they're right. Our vote doesn't matter. It doesn't count.
the who's leading it. That's the stuff that they teach us in school from day one.
Exactly.
You know that. That's what Ocean was talking about. That's what they teach us from day one in school. They don't teach us about the real elections.
Yeah.
All
And see,
elections are local, like the local, state, and federal level. We have no discussions on that. It's a popularity contest to pick the executive. So it's just like everybody, like Obama should have changed all this, is what everybody says. But in 2010, we didn't go vote and make sure he had a Congress. You know, we don't know how laws are made.
Exactly.
We didn't make sure he had judiciary. We were just like, oh man, we got the executive, so we did it, that's bullshit. And so we sit up here, not know the policy. And let's be honest. I mean, I got cousins who voted for the first time in their life, and they voted for Barack Obama for one reason. You know, fist up. They voted for that melanin.
That's what everybody was expecting. They expected him to become president and just immediately do this for us, do this for us. But if you didn't go to the small elections and get the people in place so he can do things the better our community, then you can't say anything.
But you know, supposedly.
Let me ask something. Let me ask one question. Why? And you let me feed off what you said. Like as far as the small election, why do you think Barack didn't establish that more? Like tell everybody, okay, you guys voted for me. Make sure that you know what I mean that you vote for these smaller people too. How come he didn't push that election on to the people that was voting for him?
He did.
Yeah.
He did do that. But I think the problem is we don't listen to those speeches, man. When we listen to a speech, we like just like I'll say this. Everybody loves and this is and I'm kind of leaving Obama because I'm just showing you throughout history. Dr. King spoke. The I Have a Dream speech is longer than the last part. That's the problem. We remember the highlights that get us hyped. The I Have a Dream part. But we forget that he talked about a promissory note that hasn't been paid. We forget about him talking about the urgency of now. We only remember like the highlighted part. So the media will show us that hype part where Barack came in and said, that's right, I'm going to get up in when I get up in. And everybody's like, oh, and that's the part of the speech you remember. But for 15 minutes, he was like, vote in your state and local elections. Here's how you do that. That shit is not on the news. All they play is the hype part when, oh my God, he sung that Al Green song. That's a small part of his damn speech. And let's be honest, we ain't watching no C-SPAN. Like, in my job, again, because of the nature of my job, yeah, I'll watch an entire Barack Obama speech. But the patience to sit there for 41 minutes, listen to a speech, and then go over candidates and actually have a logical conversation, not emotional, a reflective conversation, we don't have that around the dinner table. And to be honest, that's on us as people. We got to do a better job at like, hey man, put the PlayStation down today, turn off the music right now. We're gonna sit our ass down, look at these candidates, see what the fuck they talking about.
But to be fair, fair. Haven't we sort of, we or somebody out there has nurtured this culture of we don't talk about religion and politics openly to people?
James, you're kind of muffly right now. Could you just move closer to your mic?
Oh, really? Can you hear me? I'm sounding muffly. Okay,
You,
stand by.
you
Stand
sound a little low still.
by. Okay. How about now? Can you hear?
That's
Oh,
better.
oh,
That's better.
is
Yeah.
that better?
No, like you. Yes, it's fine. Yes, please.
Now better. Sorry, I was dicking around with some. I accidentally hit a knob.
Stop dicking around.
Fucking with these knobs. All right. So what was
Stop dicking with your dick. Let's go.
Fuck. I can't remember what I was gonna say. I just cursed for no reason. I should curse for reasons, you know. Man. Now it threw me off. We were on such a good roll. I totally threw it off. Sorry about that. Now I can't remember. What were someone catch us back up?
Just about the elections and Barack and you know, the small talk that they try to force on us when he was really talking that real stuff.
Yeah, no one's listening to the whole speech, only the highlights.
Yes,
Right.
yes. Well, is it okay? So when we say nobody, is it really nobody, or is it that there are curators of what people hear?
Right there.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, of course. The media is curators for the establishment or whatever. You know, they're only going to play us what we want to hear. I want to go back to what they were saying about how, like, ingraining things in our brain, like that COVID-19 symbol, you know, like the actual thing, that animation that they try to grain, it, like, smash in our brains.
The animation.
That's for a reason. Yeah.
What animation are you talking about?
Everybody has it in their brain right this moment. We all know what the virus looks like, but it's just a
You mean the
computerized
image of
graphic.
the graphic of Corona.
Every single channel, every single everything has that same thing.
Right, that same graphic and all that.
Yeah, so that scares us. It's this red, big, bright. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Go ahead though. I just want to throw that out there.
But you're right, and I think that's part of the issue, right? I've said this 1,000 times. So let me tell you about COVID and vaccines, and I'll just tell it to you from a strategic communication point of view of how,
Yes.
I don't want to say America thinks, but just how strategists thinks. This is the one thing about conspiracy theories, and this is what brilliant strategists do. To really kill your enemy, and I want you to contribute to killing yourself. So you have a virus, right? And you notice every virus or every event comes with a conspiracy theory. Here's why. If there's a virus out there, and then I start a rumor that the vaccine's going to be worse, well, you're not going to take the vaccine. And maybe the truth is, not saying this is true, the truth is we can't make that much vaccine. So I need a percentage of the population who refuses to take it, and then when they die, whose fault is it? What will the main body of people say?
Right.
Well, we'll be the ones that call them stupid because they didn't take the vaccine. But the point is, that was the intent. So a real good strategist, real good strategy will get you to contribute to your own death.
You saying that, Oshan? You saying that is so true, because if you notice, that's why they are allowing these states to open up and allowing people to continue to contract it, because they know they want the population control to continue to happen.
But
Well,
who is
it's
You know
that?
what I mean?
It's not just that. It's control. I'll say this. Every time
It's population control, Oshan. It's population control. Call it what it is. It's population control.
Is that what's going on? Population.
But that already happened. So when you talk about population control, that's a poor and rich. That already occurs. That's why
The herd mentality.
That's why you have poor and rich. I mean, you keep
We're already controlled.
there's a part of society that wants. So I said this. No politician has ever promised this. I'll get rid of all crime. You know why they can't? Because if I get rid of crime, there's no first responders. How many jobs are lost if I actually created this utopia that's crime free?
How would you do that?
It's all bullshit.
I have
If
a
you look at New York City gets $6 billion, right, for their police force.
right.
You think I want to get rid of fucking crime? I'm not going to get that federal money. So yes, when people say how much is your life worth, You're correct in that sense, TJ. It's not population control in the sense where it's like some evil, sinister, I'm trying to get rid of people. It's how much is your life worth? Well, fuck you. The vaccine costs money. If people aren't sick, I can't make my profits. So it's not America's not opening up for, America's not opening up so Popeye's chicken can keep making money. America's opening up so Big Pharma can cash in on this fucking vaccine when it comes out. And fuck you guinea pigs out here, because I know y'all want to go to y'all parties. It's money. They don't give a fuck about the population. Like, they don't give a shit if there's 20 million or 80 billion people, as long as they got $1 trillion in their bank account. Yep. Fuck y'all. It's
black, brown, and white at that point.
Yeah, at that point, it's fuck all of y'all. And if some of y'all die because y'all didn't take the vaccine, great. That gives me my out clause, so it doesn't look like I'm doing what I'm doing.
So what's the solution to all this?
We have to have, so when I teach layered and cabinet strategy, I think we have to understand something. There are very smart people in businesses. There's things like Bohemian Grove. I don't know if you ever heard of Bohemian Grove or
I've heard of such things, yes.
Yes. So if you've heard of things like that, we have to understand that when big business, when the prison industrial complex went to the Senate and said, look, man, 1980s, and said, look, we have a way to make money if we imprison more people. When that's happening, you know what we're distracted by? Oh my God, Karen called this dude a nigga. We're distracted when these bills get signed. We don't look at any legislation. We're not paying attention, and then it's only when it bites us in the ass and we're like, hey, what the fuck happened over here? All this shit is a distraction. And so what I teach when we teach layered strategy, we look for emotions in cultures. In other words, I'm going to look for an emotional pain point. I'm going to split the fuck out of that because that distracts you. And while you're distracted over here, I'm going to rob you over here on the left-hand side.
Right. You sort of create this dialectic, right?
The bait and switch.
Yes.
Right.
Action, reaction kind of thing.
And so if I gotta kill a few people to get what I want, they don't give a shit. They don't give a damn about homeless people. They don't give a damn about a few people on drugs. They don't give a fuck about people that
immigrants, illegals.
But okay, right. So what do we do as a people? Like we have a history in America. If we are to stand up to this idealized image, we get hard on this idea of independence, of fighting the tyrannical government, and It's ingrained in our republic, blah blah blah. When is that kind of shit gonna wake up? Because it sounds to me like we are being run by tyrannical psychopaths.
Well,
unless I'm wrong in that, maybe we're not. But
I think it's getting involved, right? I think there's ways to get involved where you're not being a sheep, and I think that's the hardest thing.
Yes.
Is to how do I stay awake and not be a sheep? Because sometimes you can be awake, but you're just a sheep in the next controversy. So I think we have to have like what you're doing right here. You have podcasts, you have regular people, because at the end of the day, man, we all just a bunch of regular people with no agendas, right?
Right.
If you have more regular people with no agendas running for office, I think that's the first thing we have to get is quit looking for somebody's college education and if they had all this other bullshit. We need regular people to run for office that are just smart. Or that understand.
How do you get? Well, let's say they run for office. How do you get people to vote for them?
Well, I think that's what we got to band together and do. I'm sick of the two parties, right? It's like I put on Facebook today.
Yes.
It's two parties, and the Democrats are just as responsible for mass incarceration as the Republicans.
Yes.
Sorry, can I just say something that I like to say a lot?
Is that
if you could there isn't a two-party system. It's one imperialist, capitalist, military, industrial complex party, basically.
It's a neoliberal party, right?
It's neoliberalism. It's a chicken in just one wing or the other. It's the same chicken. but
Shout
I
out.
think. Go ahead.
That's true.
No, I just said shout out to your grandmother for that line.
So I think the more of us that sit down, because when I started working, I'll be honest with you, my biggest motivation for doing the job that I do is I used to be like, man, I don't want to be in the dark. I want to see how this stuff is built. I was fascinated by stuff like COINTELPRO. I was fascinated by um, how they how they manipulate people, like how they killed Fred Hampton, how they did the Black Panthers. I was like, how did we let that happen? And I just realized that a lot of good-hearted people, we don't understand how deep this strategy shit is. So I wanted to be able to do it back. I wanted to be able to think like that. I wanted to be able to understand it. And I think the more people we have, like when I look around, there's not a lot of people who look like me that study this stuff. But this shit is old, man. It's old as Klaus.
What is it? What is it called? What is it called?
It's just strategic communication. So our operational art is what it's really called. And so if I'm gonna go, so being affiliated with the military, there's this thing called apex planning. Now this is of course on a military level. This is how you build a psyop. A psyop is built by cabbaging. So when I learned how to do that stuff, I realized, damn, that's been done to communities of color. So not just the black community, just communities of color. Like so in the Asian community, they're taught to fear black people as well. They're taught if they assimilate, everything will go right. But they were interned once. People forget that we interned
Yes.
all kinds of Japanese people during World War II. Everybody who's been in this country has been fucked over in some massive way at some point. And some chose to assimilate so that doesn't happen again. Others chose to rebel. Now, black people, we have been on the fuck you train for a while.
Since day one. Since day one.
Since day
Yeah,
one,
we
right?
came on that train.
We arrived on that train.
Yeah, we was on that train. We yeah.
So now,
first stop boarding.
where my grandmother, like she said, because my grandmother was telling I had a Zoom, my grandmother and my kids, my grandmother's like, we was burning this shit down in 1967 for the same shit that y'all doing in 2020. But here's the difference is, I think my grandmother's generation, they had to march peacefully, right? Then you come through my mama's generation, she could throw her fist up, but she really couldn't say something. Now us 90s kids, somebody said nigga to us, we whooped your ass. We got little revenges. Like we didn't change the big picture stuff, but you couldn't call us nigga and it's all good. We gonna whoop your ass. So you forward to the 2000s, they have a different way of doing it. They actually looking at a political way. They're actually looking at organization and grassroots. I think for our generation, we scream through our music. When you look at 90s hip hop, you look at Ice Cube, and you look at all the perspectives, right? I think we have perspectives from white, black, because you had a group like Third Base and the Beastie Boys. You had white and black people talking about being poor, the oppressed youth. Then you had Chuck D talking about fight the power. We had KRS-One talking about you must learn. Hip hop, the fact that Tupac and Only God Can Judge Me addressed the black community and he addressed the white community on one song and the conflict within himself, we do not have that anymore in music. We're missing that element where we used to get also
TJ, can you
educated
mute
in
your
our
phone,
songs.
please, TJ? TJ, mute your phone, please.
So
Or your mic.
I think we got to get back to that. I like what we're in right now. You see Trey Songz made a song. You see Anderson .Paak made. They're starting to make music about real shit again. And we need that. We need that in the art and the culture. We need to be expressing where we need to go, and then we need to talk about it, right? After you scream after you scream downtown, and you riot and you protest and you get all that out of your system, then we got to come together like we're doing here. Okay, let's have rational conversations and say, hey, I'm gonna get with Let's Move. I'm gonna get with Campaign Zero. I'm gonna get with We Wear Orange. I'm gonna get with Increase the Peace. I'm gonna get with the National Urban League. I'm gonna get with Black Church Pack. There's so many places that I can get with. So I work with Black Church Pack all the time and all these organizations because I'm like, they're actually trying to change laws. So after we're done screaming, I think we got to be we the people. We got to be united because we can't solve every problem, but what we can't do is argue over where should we start. There's so many different organizations doing things. we need to just join in. Like, where can I, put on my work gloves and get in and help?
Oh, Sean. A lot of times I talk about this, you were talking about people getting involved and being, working and running for things and getting involved in the grassroots. And one of the things that people run into are the contradictions of capitalism, where wages stay the same, production goes higher, but profits go up, but it doesn't go to the workers, and the workers are captive. There's no alternative to this paradigm. Um, when that starts happening, their noses are to the grindstone. They can't actually like start really paying attention to what's going on. And then on top of that, they have sophisticated propaganda through all the distraction methods that you outlined previously. So, um, with that, with all of that together, like how does how do you affect, I guess, how do you affect change without changing the economic principles that are causing that?
So I think we live in a beautiful time with technology. So I work 2 jobs right now. Um, I'm a person. I have 3 kids in college, so I don't want to. I didn't want to take any loans out. So how do I do all this? Because this beautiful thing called Zoom meetings, and these beautiful things where before you have to go to a church or you have to go to a building. So it's like, where can I get in with social activism? And with some of these places like move.org, if you text them, they send you the materials. So all you got to do is just post on your page.
Wow.
So I think it's just figure out, hey, you know what? If I can't go in person and I can't like go to every meeting, what can I do?
Right.
You ain't got to be the leader, the speaker, the vice president, and none of that stuff. You could be like, you know what? Straight up, I'm gonna just be a truth teller.
How do you
I'm
create
gonna
this
just
consciousness? Because I don't you do you feel that there's a lot of this sort of like idea that you can even, or dialogue around even questioning the system that you're in, the like even realizing that you're even in the matrix in the first place?
I think if you don't have healthy skepticism, something's wrong with you. I think we should,
Do you think it's
there's
conditioned out though sometimes?
oh yeah, I mean, as much as I read and everything else, you are conditioned. Like, I'll be honest with you, man. This is a book I had. I think I forgot the name of it. It's called Black Inferiority. I think it's written by Timothy Ballard. I hope I'm not saying it wrong. But I had to deal with my
What's the
own
name again? Ocean, I'll check it right now. Sorry.
Black Inferiority. You'll see it as a black dude with a piece of tape. I'm probably saying his name wrong. He's got a piece of tape across his mouth. But I read that book and I had to do some soul searching. So all this starts with introspective, man. There's 2 things that plague the world right now, and one of them is naive realism, and the other one is illusions of asymmetrical insights. Naive realism is the belief that my worldview is the only one that's right and everybody else is stupid. So when you look at Facebook, it's a lot of naive realism, right?
Yeah.
How I was taught, how I'm thinking about it is the right way. And then the illusions of asymmetrical insight is me saying I know you better than you know yourself. So a politician saying I know what black people need, or when you hear Trump get up there and say your schools are messed up and what do you got to lose? And really collectively we're like, man, fuck you.
Right.
What kind of pattern is that?
Well,
But
and there's pick and choose the way that who gets referred to as a monolith versus who doesn't, and
right,
things like
and then there's selective outrage within all of that.
that.
So I think it starts with us. So I personally, I'm on a personal journey every day to fight my own biases.
Right.
So excuse me, it's a brainwash challenging the myth of black inferiority by Tom Burrell. So go ahead.
That's him. Yes, that book is wonderful, and I think for me personally, especially when I became a dad and everything else, the most scariest thing ever is to be a father and you're immature and you drinking and partying and shit. You don't know how to be nobody's dad, and and I had to go on a journey of self-reflection that really has never stopped. So I think about my biases. I think about the way I think. I think about how I was raised. I think about the things that I love, and I think about. I try to prepare myself that if I'm exposed to truth, even if it's an uncomfortable truth, even if it's a truth that doesn't align with my ideologies, I have to accept that truth. Because truth is truth. And if we can't accept that, then we're just lying to ourselves and living a lie. And I think that's part of the conversation. I mean, the reason why I like Baldwin talks about the lie. Um, and there's a guy named Eddie Gulop. I'm probably saying his name wrong, but he talks about the value gap, and he talks about black people and democracy. And I think when
Sean, can you go back to Baldwin for a second?
yes,
Can you give like a story of something that he may have gone through in his upbringing or his career as an author or movie maker?
well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you why I got put on the Baldwin. You know, another brother told me, "Do you feel like you're by yourself?" And I said yes, and he gave me the fire next time. And when I read Baldwin, I found the kindred spirit. In other words, I think sometimes when you're black and frustrated, and a lot of times in any job, I don't care if you delivering pizzas, I don't care if you work in at a car dealership, a lot of times you're the only black face in the room, whether it's corporate or 9 to 5. And it's frustrating because you're like, am I the only person? The world make you think you're going crazy because like, I know I'm seeing this racism. Is nobody else seeing this shit? Or I know I'm seeing this inequality. I know I'm seeing that we're not getting paid. The shit that you're noticing, you'll be made to feel like, oh man, you need to get over it. You need to be positive. And optimism without reality is a lie. So anybody tell you like, oh, my house is on fire, but they're like, oh, you gotta look at the bright side. No, I gotta deal with my fucking house fire first. You're right, I gotta look at the broad side. But if we don't deal with reality, then what the fuck do I look like? I gotta put this fire out. Then I want to cry about it for 5 minutes, and then we can go forward because that's human.
Right.
And so when you look at Baldwin in the fire next time, he's talking about that frustration, and I connected to it because it was like, damn, O'Shawn, you're not the only person that's ever gone through this.
Well, I think something that Baldwin does very well is to reflect or be able to verbalize the gaslighting that happens from either white power structures or the white majority in some sense.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And yeah, sometimes I don't know if it's an ignorant obfuscation of reality, like just because they're ignorant of material reality, or if it's a malicious obfuscation of material reality sometimes. You know what I mean?
I think it's both.
Yeah, and there's probably a mixture of both. You know, a line that I like to say on the show a lot is that rules and laws don't change hearts and minds. So just because it's illegal to segregate or do, bar somebody because of race or something, it doesn't mean that things stopped being that way, or that the hearts and minds of the people that held those beliefs suddenly changed. You know, it's like imagine all the 3%ers or the patriot people with the Second Amendment all tattooed all over their body. You know, if guns were illegal and they got confiscated, would they suddenly say, well, you know what, you're right, I don't even care about Second Amendment anymore? You know, of course not. Just because a rule changed. And for some reason, it's like white people, a lot of times, they know white racists somewhere, either in their family or some sphere of influence. They've run into them. And they never acknowledge that their existence could have an impact on the rest of the world.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they, on one hand, they acknowledge their racist uncle, but on the other hand, they don't acknowledge the fact that he might be a hiring manager somewhere, or he might be a mortgage officer, or loan officer, or he might be a police officer, or he might be president. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what. I think for me, living in Japan and kind of growing up, and when I think about FIP and I think about
Sean, please, I hate to cut you off, but Terry, do you think you could just shut your camera off and mute your mic when you're not talking? But Terry's in here, y'all. So what's up, Terry? Thank you. Go ahead, Sean. FIP. Go ahead.
I go back and I think about Japan, right? And I think about that. I think about that time and just our crew of people that used to go do hip hop. It was black, it was Asian, it was white. Yokota was almost a dream world of a melting
Right.
pot of people who just loved all kind of fucking
Wow.
music.
Yeah. What an experiment that was. Yeah. Indeed.
And I think and I go back and I tell my wife and my kids, I said, I think I already lived in the world that we hoped to create because I don't remember in FRP or just in that era going to do shows. If you was dope, you was dope, and we
Sure.
didn't care. I mean, I
I mean, yeah.
remember how cool Rainer was. You know, it was just that was Rain Dog. Period. It wasn't a color thing. It wasn't a culture thing. We were all. This was our culture. Hip hop was our culture, and we was all in it. And it was a beautiful, it was a beautiful moment in time. And I think about that time all the time, and I said, I don't see that. It doesn't exist. That wasn't the real world. And then it was in Japan, right? When I tell people like, oh, we went on tour, we went to Club Heaven, and we did all the stuff.
Right.
It seems like such a damn dream,
Yes.
but
Right.
but we did that shit.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, we opened up for Soul for Real, and and
I
we,
can't
it's
believe
just,
it. Yeah, that's so
it's
crazy.
unbelievable.
Yes. Yeah, you
And
guys.
Is
and
Seppi
how
in
we
here?
travel and how we move, it's ridiculous.
Wow.
Because Seppi was one who I had a conversation with him about this. It's like, yeah, it was only 3-4 years, maybe less of our lives. So some people only 1 year, but think about we're 40 years old. 2 or 3 years, that's a huge impact in somebody's life still, especially in those ages, right?
Right. I mean,
So that's why it's still so ingrained in us at this age. Like that stuff that I did in my 20s means nothing compared to what I did when I was 16, 17.
and I laugh at that too. Like me and Tremaine. So I remember Tremaine Sanders. I went down to Sony Records, and we did those songs with this Japanese guy. And this is how dumb. And I laugh at this all the time. This is how dumb we were. We're writing verses for money, and not understand. It had rock music or whatever. And this dude told us he'll pay us all this money for these verses. Me and this fool was so happy on the subway because we had got. It was like either $7,000 or $10,000 that we split. Because I remember Tremaine quit school like right after that because he thought we had made it.
Wow.
and,
Oh man.
Wow.
and then we just had moments like that. Then we played this wedding, and it was a mafia wedding. It was like me and Nate, some other people. But we made.
I was there, Sean. I was there.
Yeah, you were there too. Yeah. But we got tips. Remember what was that food they gave us? They had all this food in this room. We
Yeah,
had
remember?
we had rockstar experience.
Yeah, but can I just tell a quick funny story about that? We were looking for that spot, and it was just this nondescript door on the side of the street. We're like, is this seriously it? Remember, we opened the door, and it was this glamorous, extravagant.
Yep. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, wait, we stepped into a whole different world. Remember, they brought us to a balcony, sat us around a dinner table, and you guys performed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think you're talking about that. Oh, that's that jazz club you're talking about.
Oh, was that not it? I apologize. Was that not it? I apologize.
No, you're talking about the jazz club. That still is a memory. That's the place. So Bill Clinton played in that same club that we performed at, and I think we were the first hip hop act to do music there.
Wow.
And we took all those crazy pictures because we all had the hats and the matching shirts and shit.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's I remember.
Sitting around high fashion in Japan. But
A lot
I
of tan and grays
It
and
was
browns.
crazy what
and brims.
what
Just
some
chilling.
guys from
Oh, yeah.
Dakota were
Outback
able to
hats.
accomplish though out there. Just messing around.
And I think and I look at that when we talk about today. What's missing? What's missing today that we had back then? We had solidarity and we had unity.
Yeah.
We showed up for each other. Like if somebody had a show, didn't matter if we were performing or not. We showed up for each other.
And
I laugh because we used to tell them too much business. We used to go to restaurants and ditch. We did that as a team.
Oh yeah, we talk about this. We talk about.
We did that as a team of people. We were that solid. Like when you talk about the movement, we did stupid stuff together. We had fun together. And when you move in solidarity, and if you think about what needs to happen today, if people move the way we moved back then, just supporting one another, all with the purpose of just trying to make it, find our way in the world, we would be better off. I think right there, just unity and solidarity, we could just get that right, we'd be in a way better place.
Well, I mean, so here's the problem with that, though. How do you do that when you have people who literally believe in the virtue of selfishness?
Well, look, man.
Literally.
We all want to survive. We all want to make money. But I think
Like, well, so
COVID,
for
if COVID hasn't
instance,
sat you down, and if COVID-19 and this moment that you're in has showed you that all this material bullshit can be taken away like that, and you haven't had a chance. Like, it's been months now. I get it if you hadn't had a chance to reflect in like April or May, but shit, it's July 1st tomorrow.
wow.
So when you're sitting up here thinking about it, if you haven't sat in your house and thought, damn, I can't even go to the movies. This is what restrictive life is like. And to be honest with you, white people for the first time are experiencing my black existence. I've said this 1,000 times. Welcome to my fucking life.
Wow.
I'm comfortable. I'm actually comfortable in COVID. Some places I can't go. They telling me I can't show up over here. They're telling me I got to be in at a certain time. And if I'm out, if I try to rebel against that, I might get a ticket. I might get arrested. People getting stopped for no reason out here. I said, welcome to black life. COVID is like a picture of ourselves. And white people are just not feeling it. They can't stand it. They're powerless. Like, think about it right now. Think about being such a supremacist. You believe that you can tell a virus, I'm going out anyway. As if COVID gives a fuck.
Well, they don't believe it even exists, some of these people.
But that's what I'm saying.
It's like
there can't be a virus that stops me from being white.
I think there's a firestorm of a bunch of different things going on right now. Because there's hangovers from white supremacy that have lingered. Again, rules and laws don't change hearts and minds. Those hearts and minds are calling out and still trying to teach their children as much as they can. But also we have a economic firestorm happening as well because COVID, and also we were on a precipice anyway. And on top of that, on top of the economic thing, we have an epistemological crisis in that, like, epistemology in what, like, the philosophy of knowledge, right? What can be known? What is knowledge? What is, we have people going back to what Oshan was talking about, as far as that naive reality, this idea that, we don't know what's real anymore. There are people that are convinced something that is completely incongruous with reality. They fully believe it. And you are just stuck sort of, in a way, sort of limp dick, like, what the fuck? Like, these people believe, like, it's like someone believes that the unicorn fairy is going to come and, like, save everybody, and it's just going to be like next week, and they keep telling us next week. And it's like, this, I don't know, it's some crazy stuff going on. What are your thoughts?
Yo.
What do you think, Rain?
I know somebody who got COVID. I just found out today.
Wow. Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to say the name or even the sex of this person, but
Sure.
this person traveled out of state to another state in the South with to meet up with another person that they've never met before, right? Without practicing any kind of, obviously you're already not giving a damn, right, if you're going to do that. And came back and started feeling sick.
Whoa.
Instantly. Got tested and was positive. And now is out there talking about be safe, wash your hands, wear a mask.
Wow.
What do you guys, and this is a true story, man.
Well, I mean, again, we're in this thing where we don't know what's real and what's not. And And we
Yeah.
have a whole chunk of
But
people that don't even think
that's the
this virus
misinformation.
is
It's so
real.
much and so everything out there on the internet, in the media. So you have to weed through what's real and what's fake. And nowadays, people don't know what's real and what's fake.
Have you,
Some people who think it's fake think that they're telling everybody that they have that, but it's not that. It's just using that to control us. What do you guys think
Exactly.
about? Like it's just the flu, but they're saying it's that.
I don't know.
Anybody?
Here's
I feel like it's only deadly. I feel like it's only deadly if you really got pre-existing conditions. I mean, it's a lot of people getting it, but as far as the death toll goes, it's really only affecting the elderly, just like the regular flu, and people with those pre-existing conditions. I mean, it's going to attack your respiratory system a little harder than.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, all COVID means, and I think if we look at novel COVID viruses, it just means it's a virus that doesn't have a vaccine. So when you have a new strain of something and there's no vaccine, no shot, no boosters I give you, you're gonna have a high death toll. But we have to remember in human history, we've had 7 plagues, right? If you go back to like the I forgot what it's called. It was like in 1500, but the Black Plague, cholera. You go back to all these things. We've always had a strain of something that came along and caught us off guard and said, "Fuck all y'all." I think I think we live in an era where we politicize so many things that there's a group of people in America, especially, that can be easily manipulated with R&D. We're Republican and Democrats with that R&D. But I think the other thing we have to understand. So I teach information disorder. So I analyze and do research on stuff like what China and Russia do, and just geopolitical politics. So a lot of stuff that people believe, Russia's happy that we don't believe in our institutions.
yes,
They're happy that we don't trust each other. So I think we have to understand that
right.
black people are fighting inside of a structure that's being attacked by another structure, and that's even more confusing, right? So then you have this thing called astroturfing, where politicians make up fake grassroots movements.
Right.
So when you look at all the lies that are thrown at you with agendas and everything else, it is really hard to sit back and
I think
piecemeal through everything.
I think you're in a perfect.
Exactly.
I think
Exactly.
I think you're in a perfect position to give a perspective on this. I believe that people are so open and used to the idea of technology moving in an exponential way as far as advancing in somewhat. I mean, Kurzweil had this theory, blah blah. There's different things that are being proven right and wrong at the same time. But as far as advancements in technology, we understand that. But I think people negate the advancements in propaganda and manipulation since the days of Bernays, for instance, how much that the population is able to be manipulated and how the visceral sort of these these things that you almost can't control, your monkey brain is already controlling it for you, almost the way your heart beats without your thought. um, and they're manipulating you with even with all of those layers you're talking about, grassroots, and then also astroturf, and then you have all of those other things, different movements and propaganda that are paid for, research studies that are paid for, and so uh, they might make a whole website and movement and and put people up as celebrities in order to create a narrative, even. So there's no, I always go through this thought exercise with people when they talk about conspiracy theories and stuff, and I say, how much in actual numbers, how much would it cost to, I don't know, threaten somebody, like to hire super crazy crack team that would bite a cyanide capsule before they ratted you out? Like, how much would it cost in real money? And in fact, why don't you guys tell me how much do you think it would cost in real money to, let's say, rough up a politician and not have it connected to you and hire professionals, like real deal professionals? How much? Let's play the game.
I think it depends on the desperation of the person.
Again, we're high level professional enough to where they will, no, under torture or whatever duress that they're placed under, they will not rat
If
you.
you want a number, I guess $1 million or more.
Okay, $1 million. Oh, Sean, do
Well,
you think $1 million is enough to hire like the Jason Statham quality, like not gonna get caught, can evade laser detection or whatever crap, blah blah blah. Again, bite the cyanide capsule
so
before
if
ratting
you
you out.
it,
How
so if you're
much?
talking about, I mean, if I'm being honest here, China pays workers. There's a thing called the 50-cent army. China pays workers 50 cents to do this.
To kill
The extra
people,
work.
to rough people up, or kill, threaten, or otherwise, that kind of thing, illegal, that type of stuff.
Yeah, to do illegal shit if it's for the like if it's an authoritarian government.
The 50-cent army.
50-cent army. 50-cent army is they do mass manipulation. They do any kind of information disorder. That's what they do. They've been doing that since 2009. Now, if you're talking about somebody kicking your ass, which is a proximity force, again, that depends on the mercs. If you want somebody's ass whooped, that's going to cost you between 50,000 to, we'll go with $1 million. It depends on how high quality. So there are different
we'll
ways
going rate, high quality, highest caliber. Like, I want to keep my nose clean and name out of this $1 million.
If you're going to do high caliber and keep your nose clean, then you're going to do proximity, ambiguous warfare.
Yes.
So ambiguous warfare is, let's just say I got beef with Rayner, but James, I'm gonna pay you. You're my proxy.
Right.
So my thing is
Absolutely.
it's gonna be whatever, because you're my MI6. I'm gonna deny I knew you anyway.
But that becomes but I could try to, say something or show some kind of evidence or
But see, you can do that, but with something like the 50-cent army paying them what they're paying them, they can hire a mass majority of people to keep hitting you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
but
every
then
time you try to pick up and fight
these
against it,
50
is
cent
more
people,
coming at you.
unless they really believe in the cause, these people are gonna rat you out immediately. They only got paid 50 cents.
Yeah, but they're not going to, because under the pain of death, you look at what Russia does, right? America has it where we will snitch, right? Snitching is an American thing. Because we'll survive the snitching.
Oh yeah.
Snitches only get stitches in America. Like, we didn't say death. Snitches get stitches. In Russia, you gonna die. You gonna die. You snitch in Iraq.
Like that, Russia, China.
Snitches get ditches in Russia.
You're going to die. That's facts.
Right, you're gonna die.
Ditches.
So even at 50 cents, they're not going to snitch.
Is that okay?
Right.
So you're saying
So
you're saying there's an authoritarian government that will send agents or something that will cause this kind of death
hell yeah.
or enough fear.
Look what happened to the show. Look what happened to that journalist, right?
Exactly.
Chop my man up.
Saudi.
No problem.
Yep.
They just chopped his ass up. Once he left America, I was like, you want to come home? We'll show you. They behead people in other countries. Like, America, this is the ego of our country, right? There's only 380 million of us in America. There's 7.6 billion on the planet. So a lot of our conversations are, we're the big person in the club. We got a lot of money. We talking a bunch of shit, but we really don't know how the world works. The rest of the world, if you try to speak out in all these other countries, they will kill your ass. So 50 Cent, if I'm hooking you up, it's like a drug dealer, right? If I'm a drug dealer and I'm like, look, man, if you deliver bags for me, I'll pay you $100. And the alternative is, if you don't deliver bags for me, I'm gonna kill you. So really, it's really not I didn't really give you an offer.
I'm doing you a favor. I'm doing you a favor by even paying you 50 cents.
Right. I'm hooking you up. So if you want to go and try to snitch, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, your whole family, your dog. next generation,
Exactly.
whatever.
Okay,
Exactly.
so with that being said, let's say in order to fund the apparatus and full contingency therein, um, hold on one second. Someone wants to join the conversation. Um, let me ask the question and I'll figure this out. Um, dang it, now I can't remember what I was saying. You guys go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted. I
There's a great book called Like War by P.W. Singer. Um, I think if you're really trying to get a hold of how this looks, I think that's a great book to kind of tell you about the digital environment. But there's a RAND study also called Hostile Social Manipulation, and it just gets after all the ways people are being attacked online. And RAND has a lot of good sources for like uh, tracking down misinformation. So I work with the Kennedy School at Harvard a lot, and they have a little college on media, not college, but a class you can take online about media literacy. And it helps people find credible sources. It helps them to understand what's a trusted site, where to get information, and it shows you how to do it yourself, so you're not relying on main news channels, right? Because going back to like we talked about earlier, Obama gives a speech, and Fox is going to be like,
right. It's
"What's this
curated.
Negro talking about?" MSNBC is
But
going to
see,
be like,
the
"I
problem
love
is, and the
Obama."
problem is too, the majority don't care to delve deeper
Right.
to know what the truth is. They see the highlights, they see for what it is, and they go with that.
Exactly. And so the best way to empower somebody, a guy named Brian Nimmo tells this story all the time. It's people love to be detectives. So instead of me telling you the truth, if I teach you how to be your own detective, I got to teach you how to fish for truth yourself.
Right.
And since you really do want it, that's what a lot of these new things do, especially on RAND. They teach you how to be your own detective. So if you do believe in conspiracy theories, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing, again, healthy skepticism is a good thing, but it teaches you not to be crazy. Because what you don't want to go in is be like some of these people that were spreading that 5G video, and it was like 4 newscasts spliced together, and it looked real if you're not paying attention.
I think
So you have people,
I think
Exactly.
yeah,
But
people
you see,
falling
have
for
you ever
that.
seen that video with Key and Peele? Where he did a video and it looked like Obama was actually speaking. But it was
Right.
actually Peele, just with the CGI over him. That's how
Yeah.
easy misinformation can get out there. And you don't know what you're looking for.
And that's a scary thing about deep fake. That's a deep fake.
right.
So when you think about deep fakes and just how people are, like, and you know this, you've been on Facebook where somebody's like, oh my God, like Tupac died. And you're like, in 1996. But they'll post it like they just found out today.
Yeah, and you're gonna have some people not. You're gonna have some folks that minority that don't know better that could be like, "Oh, Tupac, who's that? He died."
Right. And they'll retweet it and go, I can't believe Tupac died.
Exactly.
And so
Mhm.
Wow.
I've seen stuff like that where it's like Whitney Houston dies, like she's been dead, or they fake somebody else, somebody else's who's alive. They'll say that person's dead.
Yeah, and have
People only
everybody
read
think they
headlines.
actually died.
And so we got to hold people accountable, get people to pull that stuff down. But also, if I don't like Obama, this is what you can't help up online. If somebody don't like Obama, they post a meme that's total bullshit. They know it, but they're just trying to get a rise out of people.
Right. You have the
So we just
era
got to
of
do a
the
better job of
we
calling
live
that
in
shit
the
out.
era of the troll as well. We have to acknowledge that some people are just trolling just for troll's sake, however way they do it.
That's their job. That's their job. They just sit at the computer and they have multiple accounts and they just
Yeah,
troll
there's
to
also
incite.
that. Yes, there's also the job of trolling. So it's like not only is
Mhm.
there a culture of trolling, but there's also the job of trolling that emulates the culture of trolling. Speaking to going back to sort of figuring out how to research your own thing and do your own thing, I think there's a balance between access to this information and being able to really understand and being guided through depth of knowledge and understanding. There was a meme that was floating around that said, ignorance is a choice in the age of information. And I used to always combat that. I always said, no, no, that's not true because access to information does not mean understanding.
But
Like,
it's so easier to take things for what you see for face value and things,
Right.
and actually for a lot of people that
Just
actually delve deeper and people are
yes.
lazy.
Right. Yes. Yes. So for instance, if I might have the access to how to build a nuclear reactor in Chinese, but if I don't know Chinese and I don't know anything about engineering or how to read the diagrams, then access to that information means nothing. And so I don't really have understanding per se. And even then, my understanding might be wrong in the way I interpret it. And the metaphor that I use, you guys remember a movie called Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
Yeah.
Yes. Great
Oh,
movie.
you remember in that movie there was the empress, right? She didn't want to marry the guy or something. She liked a Mongolian boy or something. I don't remember. Anyway, she had that mentor, Jade Fox, the evil lady, I guess, that was teaching her kung fu on the side. Remember that? Do you guys remember that deeply or not?
Yeah,
If
I
you
remember it.
if you don't remember, I'll just tell you. Okay, so anyway, Jade Fox is like her maid, but she's also like got a like bone to pick with kung fu masters because they're all men, and she's like, I'm a woman and I can learn how to do kung fu just as good as a man. Blah blah blah. And anyway, she steals the special text for some Wuhan fighting skill or some shit, but she doesn't know how to read because she's a peasant. The empress knows how to read, so when Jade Fox the peasant is showing the empress the pictures in the book, the empress is able to actually read the description of the moves, while Jade Fox the mentor is only able to decipher the pictures, right? And I feel like in this sense it really is a striking metaphor for us, in that we are Jade Fox, that we are confronted with information all around us, but we are prone to misinterpretation because all we can do is read the pictures or look at the pictures and interpret the pictures, and we're surrounded by things that either we don't have don't have actual access to, or we don't have understanding of, and we have no real concrete way to fight against whatever shit anybody wants to put in our brain. It almost feels
Well,
like, you know what I mean? Like, to Oshan's point, they can come up with whatever story at whatever level of manipulation that needs to be done, and it can be done. And there's also conflicting narratives that go on. I have also this idea of the Ouija board, where who is moving all this? The conspiracy theory, whoever, whatever, George Soros, Koch brothers. I don't know. I don't know who's moving this everything and manipulate. Who's the deep state? I don't know. It's like a Ouija board. It always just spells "fuck you" to the American people, though, and the
it,
rest of the
I,
world over and over again.
I think it's two parts. I think, we have two systems of thinking in our brain. We have an automatic and a reflective brain. Your reflective brain is where an educated thought comes in. Your automatic brain is emotional. It's quick. It's fast. And if I can keep you only using your automatic brain, I can keep you stupid. Because let's be honest, it's easier to be emotional.
Yes.
It actually takes work to think.
Exactly.
So I think if you can get people to engage their reflective brain more often, and it's really holding them accountable. I think the hardest thing for us to do is to be a bridge builder. So I'm with a nonprofit called the Talented Tenth, and they're really hoping to become bridge builders. And one of the exercises we do is called perspectives. Because as a bridge builder, I got to understand all perspectives, whether I agree or disagree, to be able to get two different parties to come to a table. And you'd be surprised how emotional people get when they hear what they don't like. But as a bridge builder, you have to be calm, even when you're hearing stuff that you don't like. I read a book, and one of the things I had to do is there's a French guy that wrote this book about, when you heard the people in Charlottesville saying Jews will not replace us. There's a book
Right.
called the Grand Replacement. It's written in French, but they translated it to English. And when you kind of look at that mentality and what's being built, and I'm like, damn, they believe that there's a white genocide going on and that white people are being replaced. Now, as mad as I was with reading that book, I had to synthesize it in a way to frame a conversation because I had both sides sitting down, and me as a bridge builder, I don't have to agree with the perspective to sit down, reflect on it, to be able to rightly have a thoughtful conversation versus what Oshan want to say. Man, fuck you in this book. That's that's my emotional reaction to it. But to be able to have a reflective conversation, and I can get to one or two places. I can get to a place where we can agree to disagree, uh, but with respect, or I can get to a place where you change your mind. So
But
if we don't have those hard
but
conversations,
Oshan,
we
what's the
never get there.
basis though? What's the basis of that premise?
Well,
I mean, I
if you
guess
think about it,
it's a cult. Is it cultural or is it like a genetic thing? Like what is going like a combination? What's going on with this whole thing? I mean, as you reflect on that, what is your reflection on that? I guess, if you don't mind.
I think no. The one thing, so I'll go back to what I was taught in the beginning. So going to Sunday school with my mom and my grandmother, the one thing they taught you in church, and I'm talking about just what they teach you in church. So I don't want to get into a religious discussion. But they taught you about the nature of God, but they also taught you about the nature of the devil, right? Kill, steal, destroy. If you read the Bible, you got an explanation of how the enemy thinks and goals and everything else. It doesn't just tell you about how God is. If that was the case, you'd be naively walking around wondering why stuff has happened. But the Bible explains good and evil. So the point being is with that, I can have reflective thoughts about what's happening. I can synthesize. You know, you need a bad guy and a good guy. So when I'm looking at the world, I say, you know what? How come we don't approach the world the same way? I only approach the world from my perspective. If I don't understand the perspective of my opponent, and I don't respect their culture, and you go throughout history, right? It's why Goliath got killed by David. He underestimated his his opponent. If you look at Virginia when they got beat, why does a 16 seed upset a 1 seed? Because you fucking underestimate your opponent. So what we have to stop doing is underestimating our opponent and not studying their perspective. If I make an attempt to get to know you a little bit better, I'm automatically at an advantage.
Hmm.
I say this to my white friends all the time. When you tell people they got to speak the language, you got somebody who comes from a foreign country and you go, you got to speak English. Okay, motherfucker. Now I'm bilingual. All you did was make me better. And I realized, wow, there's a folly in this white supremacy thing.
Hmm.
So I'm doubled up. I tell people all the time, everybody's like, oh, Sean, you're so smart. I was like, I'm not smart. I just read books by black authors. I just simply read books you want. If you respected black minds and Asian minds, and one of my favorite professors is that he's from the quadrant in Nigeria. You never read that because that guy is from Africa. So I tell a lot of my colleagues, it's not that I'm smarter than you. It's that I'm willing to read and understand other perspectives on the subject. If everything you listen to is white guy, white guy, white guy, white guy, well, you're fucked.
Hmm.
You have to be able to gain perspective in life, even if it's stuff you disagree with. I think to be able to have a logical conversation, I'm an independent because I studied Republicans and Democrats and said both of you guys are crazy. It's better to be an independent voter, and that way I'm free. I'm not a slave to an ideology and got to defend every little thing because somebody has R&D by their name. I can be like, I can just go with what's right. That's freeing to be able to go, well, that's fucked up. I don't care. I don't care about the letter behind your name. I can just call it right or wrong because it's either right or wrong.
Well, I mean, but what like what right and wrong has been sort of manipulated by whatever defines so I guess whatever defines societal norms. You can find the most egregious examples through history in society where something was considered quote unquote right by a group of people that we now reflect on. It's like, oh my God, how could they think that was the right thing to do? You know what I mean? So with that kind of cultural perspective being in that looking in that direction. Like, how do you, I guess, how do you reconcile that?
Well, for me personally, we're not gonna go back to Aristotle's ethics. I mean, he pondered these questions back in the day too. But I think there's a good book written by Hans Gosling. He passed away recently, and he wrote a book called Factfulness. He actually has a website. I think it's just you have to deal with your understanding of the world, and I think this goes back to that introspection that I was talking about earlier. Because you're correct, man. The closest people that to us have lied to us, right? Grandma has rubbed aloe on a lot of things, and that shit doesn't work.
Right.
So she said it in love, but there's some things, people who love you, they just told you stuff that was wrong.
Amen. And, something I try to say on the show, and why I feel like this isn't, I call it a show, but I really consider it a meeting, a fellowship of truth, because the only way we're going to get through this shit is together, to try to hash through this together. And in my belief, because we can't trust anybody unless let's talk it out, and what makes sense, and how, and we can throw it up for debate, and people can have counter arguments and whatever. And a lot of folks just really want to stay in a bubble and would never open themselves up to possibly having to debate a real topic. They cloak themselves in support all the
They
time.
feel it's too hard.
Yeah,
So they rather just stay in a bubble than actually be educated or learn anything new that's outside of what they already believe.
Absolutely.
Well, Sean, that was Factfulness, 10 Reasons We're Wrong About the World and Why Things Are Better Than You Think by Anna Hans and Ola Rosling from 2018, correct?
Yeah.
I'm going to check that out.
He has great TED Talks, and another thing that I read a lot is, so I teach a subject called complex adaptive systems thinking, and I study dyadic relationships, and that's just the relationships between two communities or two people, and studying that conflict. For me, it's a natural curiosity, because it's the same thing. You get tired of the fights and the manipulation, and you do want to figure out what's happening versus analyzing. I think we sit around doing exactly
analysis paralysis.
Analysis by paralysis, exactly. Instead of saying, hey, what can we do? And so for me, that's what I want to do. I hate that a company like Cambridge Analytica. So Cambridge Analytica is who came into our politics in 2016.
I know who you're talking about. Oh, Sean, yes, please.
So they, little known fact about them, Turks and Caicos. So in Turks and Caicos, Cambridge Analytica helped build a campaign called the Do So campaign. And this campaign galvanized the youth to not vote. The Turks and Caicos have been fucked up ever since. Cambridge Analytica is responsible for Brexit. They're responsible for Blexit, and they're responsible for I forget what it's, the move or the Democratic plantation bullshit. But here's the point: when a company like that, right? That's not Russia, China, or some government entity.
Let them know.
These are just some assholes that took manipulation and psychographics and manipulated people to not vote.
Facebook, and through that algorithm, through analytics and all that stuff to manipulate the people, right?
Right, and if people are so inclined, they can watch The Great Hack on Netflix, which is...
Oh, is that what it's about? Okay.
Yeah, The Great Hack on Netflix is literally about... You'll meet the architects of... There's a lady still hiding out that helps analyze the persuadables. But...
You brought up Russia. What do you think about the Russiagate and the Russian narrative, how basically that's our quote-unquote enemy as Americans, but they'll always bring out something about Russia when they feel like they need somebody to blame for whatever bullshit that they did.
I think the problem with America is we think, so as much as we talk about the news, we saw George Floyd die, right? We all saw him get murdered. And then people said, where did COVID go? And here's the problem with us as being sheep or short-sighted. COVID didn't stop because George Floyd and the protests came to the front. So I think the thing is with Russia, Russia was manipulating the civil rights movement when they were saying that they would support Martin Luther King. They were trying to get in. I mean, they've been trying to use movements for 40, 50 years. They just have technology now. For us to act like Russia's not event driven, they're gonna fuck with us Friday, Monday, Tuesday, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. That's what they do. Their whole thing is to disrupt. So any kind of disruption of democracy, any kind of doubt in democracy is what they want, because it destroys us on a global playing field. Now this administration is too stupid because they don't know if they're playing checkers, chess or Go. Chinese play Go. So when you look at all the manipulation that's around, I mean, Putin's good at this. We don't give him credit but he's a strategist. He's a KGB agent.
Well, sure.
So we don't understand. Or in Iran, there's a woman named her last name's Witt. I'm gonna say her first name wrong, but she was in the Air Force. She was an intelligence officer, and she defected to Iran. So when you look at why Iran has gotten a little bit better,
Monica Witt.
Monica Witt, that's her name. Yes. So she is a former Air Force intelligence officer that said, you know what, for some reason I'm with Iran now. So a lot of the stuff and the tactics and techniques I'm talking to you about, she's trained in the same thing, and now she's in a foreign country. And she's not the only person that's gone there. They're good at cyber attacks. If you look at North Korea got really good at hacking. They stole $600 million on the dark web in 2019. So when you look at our actors in the world, they're really good at information disorder. They're good at getting out here and manipulating. And we still don't get it. We don't even have a whole government approach to stop all this stuff. We are still having these dumbass conversations about our politics. And that's part of the issue. Things happen even when we're not talking about it. And I think we have to get into that mindset. COVID didn't stop because of George Floyd. This also showed this. Black people getting killed by the police didn't stop because of COVID. We've had some of the most caring moments of 2020 in the midst of this bullshit we're in. So when you kind of look at it, we're often shocked that something's still happening because we get so distracted that we focus on the distraction and forget other stuff's happening. Like people are not even questioning the CARES package and the two stimulus packages.
Oh, tell me about it.
They're robbing us.
Hey guys.
And no one's saying
my goodness.
we can rob blind.
Okay, hey guys. Great points. Actually, someone was listening to our conversation. We have a few people watching live on YouTube right now. Three. We had 3 out of the billions of people in this world. 3 people were tuned in, listening to us. And someone called Knight, I'll just call him Knight, says that they have a different view about. They were sort of specifically talking about something we were really talking about before, and then we sort of switched somewhere down the line, as far as cultural differences, not to snitch in that he said something about being from a region that makes. Anyway, I'm gonna try to pull him in on the call, or her. I don't know if him or her. I just have this Skype picture, but we'll see.
Go for it.
But let's see what their take is. I'd love to hear you guys. Hold on. Oh, sorry.
Just mute the call for him. Oh, Sean, I was gonna ask you, why are they pushing this Russian bounties?
Hello, Knight. Are you
right
on
now
with us? Hello? Hello, are you on? You're on the Boyd with Oshan, Rain, and who's even on with us still?
Tabari and TJ.
Oh yeah, Tabari and TJ are on. What is up? Hello? Oh, doesn't sound like we can hear you.
You don't want to talk to FIP? This is your chance. Anyway, Sean, yeah, about that the whole Russian bounties thing. Is it real?
So there's something called the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Um, and this is another thing that I teach is it's called gray zone warfare. So all the Russian bounty thing is what's known as ambiguous forces. So ambiguous forces are just kind of how we talked about earlier. Myself and Rainer have beef. I paid Tabari to go mess with Rainer. That's typical. That's nothing new. So
Right, nothing new.
I think pointing it out. The reason why it's being pointed out is because internationally, let's be honest, man. I'm an American citizen. I served in the military. There's a lot of people that's been waiting for us to be in a weaker situation and kind of point out our bullshit. We are the most gangster country in America. I mean, in the world. America will kick your ass, and we'll do that. That's what we do. So when you're looking at the bounties, it also makes Russia look stronger. Russia wants that out there.
Can you hear me now?
That's right.
Oh, hello. Yes.
We're getting at you.
Is this
Okay,
Night?
that took way too long.
I got you, Ochan. I got you.
Okay. All right. We have Night on. Excuse me. Sorry. And sorry for the technical difficulties. Welcome to the show. You are on with, right now, so far, Oshan and Rain are also joining in the conversation. And you were mentioning before in your Skype chat something about, why don't you go ahead and tell us? Thank you.
Which part do you want me to touch on?
Just whatever, what sort of prompted you, number one, I guess what got you listening to the show, and also, I guess what prompted you to comment. You said it was something that we were talking about previously.
So I have recently started getting more into debates because I'm in quarantine. I have nothing better to do. So the point I was trying to make, as in the way young children are taught in different cultures of how to handle different situations. For example, the snitching that you brought up. In Europe, or at least the region that I'm familiar with, it isn't looked down upon because it's more of, it's not your problem. Just don't really look at it. Whereas here I've noticed, as in, well, you see that, go tell them. Well, how are these people benefiting from this? So then you start to see a kind of a chain as, well, the government is now benefiting from this. So they want more people to say, if there's an issue, come tell us, because we're going to first defame this person, we're going to get a better reputation and money for it.
Mm. Well, so
you're talking about agendas. So snitching for my benefit or snitching for the benefit of the government.
Is that what you're talking about, Night, as far as people telling, like, in America where people would, like, tell on each other for not wearing a mask, or, like, I'll tell on my neighbor because they're spanking their kid and I don't like it, or something like that, and we'll tell the government,
driving,
and the government will go and do something. Is that sort of where you're going with that? Sort of?
Basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I think there's a couple things going on. Number one, I think in America we have this weird culture where we treat the government like we have this weird sort of multiple personality disorder where we believe the people are the government and we are a democracy, a republican, or democracy, whatever, democratic republic, excuse me. And this lofty idea of the plebiscite, this group participation, but in reality, that's not what really plays out. And so we really we believe this one lofty idea we have on paper, but in reality, we talk about the government like it's this dragon that lives in the mountains, and like if we do this thing, we can like either tell the dragon, or the dragon may do this thing or not do this, or we should trust the dragon, when we forgot this idea that we are the government. So if you don't like it, are you running for office? Are you actively involved in making these changes, and why not? I think that there's a class issue at the core of everything. There is a issue where we have decided as a culture, society, what have you, that it's not good to own people. We can agree to that, right? We need to agree that it's not good to rent people. And I think once we make that agreement that it's not good to rent people, that we're all partners, even if you're a laborer, you're a partner. Not just capital is partner, but labor is partner. If we believed that people are partners, we could change the whole world. And then guess what? You would have, if you had equity in the company that you work for instance, over 10 years, you have this 10 years worth of equity. You could cash in for capital infusion to start a business or just live off of it, or you had dividend income for 10 years because you put 10 years in. I don't know, stuff like that. That would change the dynamic of things, and then change the participation rate of the government, for instance. And we wouldn't talk about it like it's like some ogre that we can go tattle and say, hey, my neighbor's beating his kid. We can actually get involved in it. Like there was these people that were virtue signaling on Facebook about how like kids get suspended for defending themselves. I'm like, are you on the school board? Like, no, I have homeschool kids. I'm like, well, then what the fuck are you talking about it? And number one, also, hey, are your kids going to forever be away from these other kids? Maybe if you don't like the way that the administration's handling it, then speak your piece at the administration instead of virtue signaling on Facebook. But like, it's an American cultural thing, I believe, and I'm going to give you guys a second here to talk about it. I believe that there's an American cultural sort of thing that has grown up to where we are apathetic in actually doing anything in our government, but we will make all sorts of noise in social media or on the internet about how we feel about different things. What do you
It's
guys think?
easier because it's easier.
Yeah, so
It's easier to hide behind keyboard.
I believe that basically, in my opinion, the government has almost created like a fear upon people as to, well, don't really speak out about this because, well, we have more control about you and you're smaller than us.
Sure. Well, yes, but again, the government is supposed to be the people. So if we feel that way, why aren't we? Who's we? And why aren't we changing the government? For some reason, we're accepting the government's behavior when supposedly the government serves the people. Or does it not serve the people in America?
I think that's
Well,
weird.
the society that we're living in now, the classes basically almost like rule the underclasses. There's the working class and then there's the upper class.
Sure.
Well,
in I guess if you were going to push it into like Marxist terms, you're looking at capitalist and then basically labor. And it's people that own the means of production and the people who work the means of production. Basically, if you're going to boil it all down to the bones and gristle, you know what I mean, of what's happening. Either you own a business or you work for someone else who's somehow making profit off of you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be employed, right? Let's face it. No one's going to employ you because you're cool if they're not making money off of you.
Yeah.
But I think part of the reason you kind of see, like, when people start talking about redistricting and they start talking about, some of these things that I think are topics that people find boring, the people aren't always represented by people who care about them. So one thing that redistricting did is, if I put a majority white community and part of Black community X in District A, then I take that black community and split it between 4 other districts. They're going to be represented by people who don't give a damn about them. I think if we look at some of the things that political parties were able to do, is they took power away from the people. And we don't pay attention to these things because we're distracted by all the society issues, but we, the people, are not represented anymore. And that's on purpose. And I think
Am I supposed to say anything? Because there's like awkward silence and I don't exactly know what to say because...
Oh, are you not able to hear what they're saying? Oh my God, I'm sorry about that. Hey, were you guys able to hear? You guys were able to hear what Knight was saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear.
You weren't able to hear? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, we could hear everything.
Loud and clear.
And Knight can hear me.
She can hear
what did
you,
you hear? What was the last
us.
thing that
no,
you heard?
she can't hear us or see what we're writing, guys, because she's on Skype, I believe.
Yeah,
that's her
she's
platform,
on Skype.
So, James just has her audio patched in.
Audio's
so
patched in.
honestly,
Okay, so what can you hear, Knight? I'm sorry. Can you hear Rainer speaking right now? You can't.
Hi, welcome to the show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Can you hear?
My radio voice.
What do you hear right now?
Welcome to the boys.
I only hear you.
Only hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see.
You should see if she can get on
Facebook.
Facebook.
Let me check my audio and video settings. I mean, if you want to get deep how deep in the conversation you want to get, because you can get on Facebook Messenger and just join these guys on Facebook Messenger in the group chat that way.
Well, I don't have Facebook, so...
Oh, well, good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, good for you, man.
Why?
You're one of the smart ones.
Oh my God, why is it not?
Lame callers.
Let me see if this works. Okay, can you? Okay, say something, Rainer.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2. You got beef with ring 1. What is you gonna do?
Nothing. I can see if I can
You didn't hear my voice? Oh man!
but then I have to listen to myself, which is weird.
I'm trying to impress and she's like ignoring me. That's what it feels like.
No, she answered me. She said nothing.
I know.
You don't hear.
I'll just
Sorry, I have a really. This is the first time actually.
She was booing me, yeah.
Called in.
She was ignoring me.
Oh man.
Hold on, you can't hear. Hold on, there's got to be a way to patch.
But I'll just listen through the YouTube live through the other headphone.
No,
Hey, there
sorry
you go.
about that, Night.
Now we're cooking.
Maybe she can hear. I don't know. Or hopefully she can hear through.
She would have to wear headphones through the
Yeah,
YouTube
I'm
live.
listening through the YouTube live now.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah.
There's got to be a technological
You can hear us
way
now?
we can solve these problems. Sorry, there was awkward silence, Night. You had some very good insights, and I'm sorry you didn't get to hear Rain and Oshan.
But you can hear us now?
But can you hear it? Let me know when you can hear them.
Yeah, bust another freestyle. See if she replies.
Oh snap!
I don't know, man. She might.
Sit a quick date home.
I'm a married man.
Well, Knight did say that she, so Knight mentioned something
I'm
about
kidding,
being in
of
a
course.
debate and or being into debates and but it's interesting though. I think we have some common ground on the class struggle and maybe I don't know, maybe there's a lot of common ground. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I think so.
Debate only works, and I'll say this. I think what we're missing is just respect. Debate only works if there's respect. If there's a little basic respect, we can get into it.
And honesty,
But if there's no respect,
honesty's
then
missing.
it's just yelling.
I think people
Yeah.
are not arguing in good faith sometimes.
Well, I think also people are just like
Ben
the debate is
Shapiro
supposed to
of
be-
the world. They argue they're not arguing in good faith. I fully believe.
well, he's playing to the audience,
Not
right?
necessarily. Not necessarily. I think, like, I feel.
Kind of went out, thank.
TJ, break it up a little bit,
No,
brother.
bad audio.
Jump in, Barry.
Yeah, what were you
So,
saying? Knight, are you still with us?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm trying to focus on like two different headphones, and
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
confused.
There's got to be a way.
So
to make
she
it-
can just hear you. She can
Yeah, she can
hear
only hear
us, but
me.
can't.
I don't know how this is working. I don't know why Skype is doing this. I've
Yeah.
changed up the audio settings. It doesn't matter. Skype doesn't care.
It's the
But
rest.
I'm not technologically savvy per se, and I'm stitching all this technology together to try to make this podcast work. I'm actually surprised that it's working the way, sort of as good
Yeah.
as it is, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yes, Knight, I hope you can hear at some point, be able to hear. Do you have your headphones in to hear the live? There's probably going to be a bit of
Yeah. Because the live is always delayed, like a few seconds.
Yes, that's
So
the
then
word.
I hear myself talking, and then after that I hear you guys talking, just like what's
That's
going on?
weird. Oh god.
That was called probably Skype mixed with Messenger, trying to pass
It's
on.
Skype
Coming at the leg.
mixed with everything. Yeah. And she's not on Facebook. I don't know how to make. I don't know how to bridge that gap. All right, let's see. Hold on. There might be a way. Let me see. But
What's going on, Sean?
yes.
But I had a comment on what you guys were talking about, the debate.
You guys can hear Knight, right? Can you hear her talking about her comment?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we got her clear.
You can.
ahead,
Yes.
please.
Why can you hear her but she can't hear you? That doesn't make sense. All right, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think also a lot of people aren't fully educated on both sides, which causes a lot of tension because then when they're talking, they're now coming in with new facts that they haven't known, and they don't know how to debunk it.
Right, they get caught off guard with like a fact that they weren't ready for.
Now, did you hear Rain talk about getting debunked by a fact they weren't ready for?
Well, and I think that's
Right.
the sad part about it, right? It's people when people hear truth,
Oh, now I'm listening to it.
Okay.
they get upset and people get mad at you. It's almost like they're mad that you told them you destroyed my illusion.
Yeah.
People want to
They go
believe
back
their
to
illusion.
acceptance. Is that acceptance? They don't want to accept what's the actual, what's facts. They don't want to accept the illusion that they've been used to believing because it's easier to accept the illusion than to actually be educated on what's reality.
So I'll tell you this, and I got a lot of backlash because I didn't have a master's degree when I first started teaching in college, which it was mandatory that you had to have a master's degree. But I worked with like 3 doctors, and this dude said, like, you get this, so we're just gonna let you teach. Man, this dude flipped out. He flipped out and said, I have a degree. And this doctor told me, he said, do you realize that most doctors are studying somebody who did not have a doctorate? They're just studying somebody that had a solve for a problem and they just happen to be a thoughtful person. Like, if you ask most people who Einstein was, they don't know that he's a philosopher. They think he's a scientist. So I think there's a lot of people that we find that are, like Mark Twain is brilliant, but he's just an author. So there's a lot of people that we give, we think that they're this educated person, and really they're just a smart person. They get it. They can rightly divide the world. And my mother's a doctor, so Dr. Jefferson. When I used to get in trouble when I was younger, I didn't get lectures. I had to do book reports.
Wow.
And that was just as agitating, but it's different than a lecture. And my mom would be like, "Okay, you read this book. How are you and this character the same?" So she taught me how to do analysis, like Mr. Miyagi style.
Wow.
So I grew up having to say I'm like this character because I did this. So I read the Monster Cody book. Like we were talking about, especially when I was younger, really getting into gangster. My mom had me read Monster Cody's book. She had me read Hoover's book, so from the Bloods and everything. She had me read all
That was at Yakota?
Yeah, that's when I was at Yakota.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think I remember you reading that book. Yeah, but you guys remember that? I kind
I
of
don't
remember
remember
you.
that.
Yeah, because my mom gave me that
Monster Cody
Monster
book.
Cody book. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was carrying that with me a lot, and so my mom made me read it because what she wanted me to understand. I'm reading these books about all these gangsters, but all these gangsters were coming to it was a realization of how they were, just like what we're talking about, how to approach life the right way, and all the mistakes they made. And my mom wanted me to like be in that mentality. So uh, educated my mind. So just like Knight was pointing out, that lack of education and not having an understanding. She goes, "You ain't no killer, but Monster Cody was a killer. I want you to understand his pain. I want you to understand what he went through. I want you to get that. I want you to hear um, how he went around and the police allowed him to kill other black men, right? Talking about interracial crime and stuff like that. And he's regretting this and regretting that life. But it gave me a perspective that I didn't have. And that's what books did for me. I don't have to live a life. I just have to have somebody who's lived that life and be wise enough to gain introspection from that person. That way I can have a good, logical, unemotional discussion that's not ignorant. Because we're all ignorant on stuff.
Wow, but what a blessing to have that type of. I mean, even if it was forced and that maybe at the moment it probably didn't feel right, but to be able to have a foundation of that type of perspective built up over time.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? Well, while other kids were staring at dots at the wall or locked in their room or whatever, you were sort of, even if you maybe were force fed to some degree, you now have this nourishment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
To be able to look back and reflect on. I mean, some of this stuff, like a lot of people don't have the dialogue to even describe their situation or pain. You have folks that maybe have parallels in time that you can lean on, and you don't have to invent all the words, but then you could build on the shoulders or stand on the shoulders of their words possibly, or their ideas. What a great foundation, I think.
I go back to going back to the FIP days. There was a dude named Hondrick
Yeah.
that was temporarily in the group.
Yeah,
Hondrick was always like, every rap verse was violent. We could be singing a happy song. He always came in killing. And then Tabari was that his persona at the time was Mr. Ouija, right? It was always some dark. I gotta go drinking his blood and blah blah. The hell is Tabari talking about? And then Fred was a pimp. When I think about that, and me and Tremaine would have to sing everything, and TJ, I'm a lyricist. Don't just eat people and say some dope stuff or whatever. And so I think all those personalities, talking about perspectives, we weren't a group on the same page as far as like, we coming with a vibe. It was like, I don't know what the hell you're gonna say on this track, and that shit worked. Only because it was kind of like, just do you do you.
exactly.
And we'll see what happens.
Acceptance of everybody.
And I think that was the cool thing, right? It wasn't like, we were joking about this earlier, man. We used to go into the parking lot on the west side and boo each other. and talk about each other's rhymes, like, yo, that sucks, or that's cool. And Nate would play the beat from his car, like put the headlights. And we would just do that. That was practice.
Yeah.
I remember one of the practices was freestyling from the beginning to the end of the beat. That we all had to pass the freestyle back and forth.
Yep. And that was just fun. And nobody was on. And what was funny to me is, again, everybody was on their own little thing. I look at a lot of rap groups that's out right now, and if I go back to the FIP thing, like, we was doing Roddy Ricch and singing and all the shit that they're doing right now. We did that already. We a lot of stuff, how hip hop has evolved. We had our own little niche. It was just happened to be in Japan. I think if I would have understood Japan and accepted that, because I wanted to be big in America. So dumb, because didn't know how money worked, didn't know how the economy worked, but we could have did. Well, yeah, you don't get it. You just like, man, we're
Yeah,
supposed to be
I
in
mean,
the
you're not ready
Marxist
for that
world.
kind of lifestyle, like music industry
Exactly.
and
But
foreign
but
country
I
in the
think I
middle of
think though, don't you agree though, O'Shawn, looking at sort of the state of the world as it is, to looking at how things are. I mean, yes, you had these experiences I think prepared you for something. And I feel like maybe yeah, some of those things didn't kick off in the direction that you wanted, but don't you think with your understanding of the way that the public is manipulated and with the way that there you can see that there's a multi-layer onion of things that are happening all at the same time, that you could be able to lead the people in some way and be able to create a change and wrangle the dragon from out of the mountains and for it to be in service of the people again.
But see, something like that already, to me, something like that already exists. You already have people like that who are leading the way.
Who?
It's just you have people in local communities, you have people who speak and who are trying to lead
But
that
they
way
have
in
to be
education,
in a
but
legislative
it's so
position
much.
to affect material reality with these rules that people agree to, that either get enforced with a gun or don't, and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
So I go back just to piggyback on what Tabari's saying. He's totally right. There's people who do it, but we're looking for
Yes.
somebody with the name recognition of a Dr. King.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. So the reason why I told you that story about people talking about having a degree, I didn't go through certain hoops, so there are people who felt like I didn't deserve to be teaching at a university.
Yes.
And the problem is what somebody looked past and what a doctor did and said, nah, that's the right dude. He thinks the right way.
Right.
And I think the problem is we're too busy looking for, like, I love LeBron James, man. I love that they're doing the voting matters. But the problem is Black Votes Matter already exists. Woke Vote already exists. Voting matters already exist. And I think that's the issue is somebody like LeBron, and I ask people this all the time, do you want to help get people to vote or do you want to lead the movement and get the credit? There's too many different organizations doing the same thing, but everybody wants to be in charge of the movement, or they want LeBron in charge, right? The young lady that does Black Votes Matters, she rented a bus and she went college to college, but out of her heart. It was grassroots, and the thing is, all these people came up and said, "Oh man, that's awesome, man. We love what you're doing." But instead of joining with her, the celebrities went and did their own thing. Now she has the network, the grassroots, and instead of giving her money and helping her out, they went and started the movement. There's like 7.
they hijacked her campaign and made their own movement off her.
Hello, I'm back.
Well, welcome back,
Yeah, what are you
Knight.
saying, Oshan?
My Wi-Fi decides to shut off in the middle of this course.
Like
they hijacked her
they-
movement. They hijacked her movement without. Like,
Are
so
you
she has
able
all
to
the
hear?
grassroots connects, right? So now, if you go on TV and you're watching like
Are you able to
BBC,
hear
you're watching CNN, you're like,
people?
oh,
I'm
snap.
able to hear only you, but I'm trying to get into my old Facebook account to see if I can actually be able to get this to work.
Okay, hold
Well,
on. What is happening?
But if you're watching LeBron on CNN and you're like, man, it's a great movement, but you're missing on the local level where
exactly.
Yvette Brown, she was at the, like, she went to Alabama State and she knows John McHenry and she knows Greg Overstreet. You never hear about these people. That's the street cats. That's the people. That's the local pastors. Like, oh, I can get everybody out to the polls. LeBron don't know that guy yet. Like, people will come see LeBron and know the celebrity, but the person that's getting the buses together, that's actually getting people out to the polls, or the person that's letting people know where the local polling places are, sometimes that gets overshadowed with
So
the
now
big
you
go
can't
out the
hear
vote,
Oshan
rock the
talking right
vote.
now.
Because you have
The
so many
celebrity.
people, because they're in all the celebrities, so they forget about the one who's actually doing the work on the ground, the
Right.
movement that they should actually be a part of.
Mari,
And
that's what you're
so
talking about. That there are people out there. There are
Wow.
people
Yeah.
out there.
Mm-hmm.
there's people out there. It's like when I hear people say, "Oh, what do they do about black on black crime?" And I'm like, and then I start pointing out. You ever heard of My Brother's Keeper? You ever heard of We Wear Orange? You ever heard of Increase the Peace? And then I'll start going into local places. Even Black Lives Matter. People forget that Black Lives Matter has a whole
I was
arm
gonna bring that up, Oshan.
that's devoted to that. And I think that's the problem is people are it's a catchphrase we've heard other people say. There's actually no such thing as black on black crime. It's called intra-racial crime. That's the official term. So Asian communities, white communities, whatever, they all have intra-racial crime. But black on black is the only thing extrapolated. Father's Day weekend, there was 100 shootings in Chicago, and you saw a lot of, again, it gets propagandized. Oh my gosh, how come nobody cares about Chicago? That's BS. People care about it. But on June 22nd, there were 7,813 gun violence deaths in America. That's total.
Can't hear
There have
Oshan.
been 15,000 people that have been wounded by gun violence, and another 12,000 people that have committed suicide by gun. I say all this to say this. Chicago's not even number one in deaths every weekend. But they only bring up Chicago because of Barack Obama. The average person talking about Chicago doesn't give a damn about Chicago.
That's facts.
It's a talking point. So for me, I'm like, if you actually cared about black people or just people dying in general of gun violence, then you care about the 7,813 that have all been shot. But the Chicago point out is a way to try to say, oh look,
To
Barack
paint the
Obama
city
failed.
and his hometown as something that's um, out of control and burning to the ground and things like that.
Right. And so
Alright, I
when
don't
I
know
come in and I
if
say these
I'm
things,
really starting
it
to
goes
get
back to Knight's point. These
soon
people get all upset when I point that stuff
on
out, but it's like,
Facebook. So how do
I'm
I?
good at this. This is what I do for a living.
So I can
I
hear
understand.
those.
It's just like weaponizing black voices. So you'll see somebody like Candace Owens, Larry Elder, Wayne Dupree, Terrence K. Williams, Thomas Sowell, Shelby Steele. You notice they roll these people out. The Officer
I'm
Tatum,
James
the Hodge
Floyd on
twins,
Facebook.
and all
Wait,
their
what?
job is to come out and say, "Oh, black people
James
ain't crap."
Floyd.
So white
B-O-I-D.
people say, "I see." Even black
And
people say,
you notice the
black
moments
people
that
ain't crap.
they roll them out too. They always roll them out that precise
Hold on.
moments.
Right.
Yes, of course.
It's
Like right now,
weaponizing
they're
black
all over
race.
TV.
Exactly.
And
Oshan, I was gonna. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask you about back to Black Lives Matter. Just not the phrase, not the. I'm talking about the organization.
Yes.
Can you tell me who started it? Like, what's the truth about it? Because I've heard conflicting things about it.
So the three young ladies that started.
Did you get
the three young ladies that
message?
started Black Lives Matter?
I got the link. I'm trying to get on.
Did I hear about them, or do I know them, or what?
Have you ever heard the story of why Black Lives Matter even exists?
No, please expand.
So it was in response to the Trayvon Martin verdict.
Okay.
So there's three founders, and I'm going to say their names wrong, so Google it.
Maybe I can look that up though. As you go. But go ahead.
But they were upset that it seems like, and with Trayvon Martin, Alton Sterling, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, John Crawford, Sandra Bland, the list goes on. Nobody goes to jail, right? If anybody messes with an officer, you're going to go to jail. There's going to be justice. But with some of these black lives, and not some, with a lot of them, there is no justice. And for them, the breaking point was Trayvon Martin, and saying that his black life mattered. So they started the Black Lives Matter movement. And Black Lives Matter is their whole goal is to get to equal, right?
Alicia, Patrice, and Opal and Opal.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those three young ladies, and I think the problem is a lot of people hear how they have, their mentality, and they get upset because they don't know what black Marxists, they'll say they're a black Marxist. Their study is of Angela Davis. So Angela Davis, if anybody knows, she's a black intellectual, and she just believes in empowering the people. And I think because they study a lot of her works, people try to make them a socialist movement, and that's not even what they're about. Um, just even twisting the stuff like
TJ, can you
defund
can
the
you
police and what
mute
that
your
really
phone,
means.
TJ, please? That would be,
My
or
phone,
your
so.
microphone.
But Black Lives Matter. When you look at, and it's Patrice, Alicia, and Opal, because I know Alicia Garza the most because she does most of the interviews. But when you sit there and look at what these young ladies have done, they wanted to unite people to fight for these wicked problems in the black community: education, violence, especially Black Lives Matter DC, where close to where I live. They feed the homeless. They've been feeding the homeless during COVID. The stuff that doesn't get televised, right? All these positive things. They got young people, have them educated, have them getting involved in voting, have them involved in going down to city council, really understanding, like at the grassroots level, really understanding what's going on and who to talk to and how to engage. And they're all about education. So you can't just walk in there and be ignorant and yelling. Black Lives Matter is about educating you on the issues. And so and a lot of them are a lot younger than I am. So I love helping on the policy side because they're galvanized already on the street side. But Black Lives Matter to me is just a younger version of the National Urban League or the NAACP. That's really all they are. And you don't have to be white. I mean, you don't have to be black. You can be white. And I had people say, "Well, I can't believe there's a Black Lives Matter." I said, "There's also a Latino urban group. They're the League of Jewish Voters. People act like there's only one like Black Lives Matter is the only thing. There are a lot of societies. The League of Women Voters. So there are all these nonprofits that focus on marginalized or undervoiced groups. Black Lives Matter is only talking about that marginalized group, and it's not unique. That's the one thing about BLM is they've been, the narrative is trying to make them a terrorist organization, much like
Can I ask a question? Not to cut you off, Sean, but about the Black Lives Matter. My thing is like what I don't get is like what the way you explain it is so perfect and like I love the way you explain it. And my thing is like if somebody else heard the way you explain it, how can they feel and say, oh, by us saying Black Lives Matter that we're being racist or that we're being like too pro black? Like how can I don't that's one thing. Yeah, like how do people feel threatened by somebody saying Black Lives Matter when it's in your face that we're not treated fairly? Like, and like stuff like that is really what makes me so upset about the racism in this country and this society, that like the obvious that's in your face, people still are so ignorant and so blind and so like don't want to accept it because of some weird reason that they feel like, oh, they're being threatened, or they feel like their whole system is being rearranged and they're scared of that fact. You know what I mean? But the way you explain that Black Lives Matter is like perfect. It's not that we're not saying, oh, you don't matter, this person don't matter, all lives don't matter. No, all lives do matter, bro. But it's just we're saying like, yo, look at what is happening to black people as in general. Like we're getting fucked up, and it looks like our lives don't matter. So yes, we have to tell you guys in layman's terms, like, yeah, look, Black Lives Matter, guys. Like we matter here. Stop killing us and thinking you can get away with it. That's where that's coming from. You know?
But I think TJ, I think it goes back to the Black Panthers were vilified. Dr. King was vilified. Every movement of others, I'm going to say that loosely, people who have been put as others has been deemed as some sort of dangerous organization. I said,
And
so
it's so
Dr. King,
sickening that people feel that people get scared of that. When the truth is put into their face, they get scared and they want to say, "Oh,
But there's
you're
no,
being some
but
such type of way
but I
because
feel
you
like,
feel this way."
but here's the thing though. I feel like there's no reason to get scared about what. I
well,
feel like the Blue Lives Matter thing is almost like you know how like when you're a kid and some kid falls, like some bully pushes a kid out of the tree, and then the teacher's like fawning over the kid, and like everybody's like, oh my god, how could you do that? And they're like, oh, let's get you da da da. And there's like some kid that's like, oh, it's not that bad, or I was thrown off the tree worse than that, or back in my day, or I don't know, some stupid shit. And I feel like that's like the Blue Lives Matter people in a way. It's like, Black Lives Matter comes out, it's like, dude, what the fuck? Your complacency equals me dying because white supremacists are entering the police force. There's no test for it. What's going on? And there's the thin blue line that protects police within their organization, and there's no accountability, and it's affecting certain people. There's already like a class issue if you talk to enough people. I mean, I've had cops tell me at multiple rank levels within police organizations and bootlicker cop lover, like do no wrong, love you cops. People say, who really pays the cops? Who really pays the taxes for the cops? Right? And they would say something like, oh, the what's it called? The rich people pay the taxes for the cops and pay the cops' salary. So, who do the cops really work for? And they'll tell you pretty openly, let's be fair, who really pays it. So, like the poor black people or the trailer trash white people, they're not paying. They're paying us to keep them in line. And they'll tell you that. You know what I mean? And these people, in our general understanding, are servants of the public, but really, in their understanding, they're servants of capital and the property taxpayer who has the highest ad valorem taxation on their property tax statement.
but you got to also remember that fits into another narrative. If black people don't work and have jobs and don't pay taxes, then you have a part of society that feels, yeah, we're the ones playing the police. I mean, we pay them to keep you people away from us.
Yes, 100%. That's
So,
the sort of
Away from our
delusion.
neighborhoods.
Yes,
right, away from keeping us safe.
right.
So
That's
the
the
fact that you,
reality.
so the fact that you started a protest for our protest, and I think I see this meme going around all the time. Is imagine thinking that racism is so American that protesting against it is anti-American. That that says something, that you're mad that people are protesting about being treated unfairly, to the point that you had to start All Lives and Blue Lives Matter. And Blue Lives, that's a choice. I was in the military, right? I chose to be in the military. To say military lives matter, that's not a skin color thing.
Right.
Blue life is not a skin color thing. It's a job, and it's a tough job. I got family members that are police officers, so I think we need to be nuanced in our discussion. There are
Yes.
good police officers, but we also need to understand that when one of your buddies kills somebody, you don't say nothing. Well, fuck you too. You
Well,
got to
but
say
that,
something when your
Yeah, can I
buddy
make
but
can I make a
they're
point?
says
subject
something.
to some action as well. But yes, go ahead. Night.
It's
What
okay.
did
It's
what
nothing
did
to say.
what
Yeah.
did you want to say?
Um, so basically, the way I've been seeing it is this Blue Lives Matter has basically been made to silence the Black Lives Matter protests that have been going on, whereas
Amen.
this is a job, and this job that they take, it is hard and it is life risking, but they go home and they can take off their uniform.
Yes.
Black people go home, they can't take that off. They're still the same person, and they're being treated frustrating with inequalities because of just who they are. Whereas the police system, they're working under a system, they're working with their comrades, and they have the choice to say whether or not something is good or bad, and they have their choice in that.
Absolutely. And to Oshan's point, he's
Agreed.
got relatives and friends that are police, etc. I'm sure they were intrinsically driven to be amazing police, and there's a reason why they're going towards this dangerous and risky job. However, there's also the element that we you can't have reverence for taking on, like, you can't have this sort of stoic, um I guess, a Spartan outlook of this honorable person who takes the risks, and for the sake of society, the silent guard on the wall, but then at the same time constantly want to be heralded for it, and constantly not being held accountable. So even if there are good cops, there's the thin blue line that prevents them from ratting out, well, quote unquote, like, not ratting out, but like say someone did abuse, like their partner abused someone in cuffs or something. There is incentive for them to not tell on their partner versus to say, yeah, this person overstepped.
But look at, I think so. This kind of gets back into our snitching conversation from earlier.
Right.
There's a difference between, that's called a whistleblower.
Sure. Absolutely.
And we've seen, so when you snitch down, when you snitch against a criminal or a fellow citizen, you only got to feel the wrath of maybe that citizen or the government patting you on the back. But let's look at like Alexander Vindman, who he goes and testifies, and all of a sudden he's not a good colonel. Or you look at the Teddy Roosevelt ship captain that gets relieved of duty for saying, hey, you know what? My guys are getting COVID, and we have to keep this ship's mission going. I need these 4,000 people off. So when you snitch, when you whistleblow on power, whistleblow is just corporate snitching. So when you actually whistleblow and say, hey, they're doing the wrong thing, look what happens to these people. We act like
Right.
like if you're noble and you point out somebody in power doing something wrong, look how people are treated. What's the incentive of doing the right thing? Because if power is just going to come and take everything from you,
Exactly.
that's
Well,
what people see.
and this is I think the BLM movement. I think the current craziness that's going on as far as not only protesting but also any looting or Chaz or CHOP or whatever kind of procurement of government stuff. Um, that is an example of the chickens coming home to roost, I think, of this system being in play for so long. The unaccountability, these kinds of things. And part of Black Lives Matter was to say to the complacent people who were doing nothing that there's something going on. But this has been going on since way back before even cameras.
And the
In
crazy
this
part
country,
about
in
crazy part of
America.
the crazy part about that, what kind of astonished me, which shouldn't have, is the fact that how many people out there really don't realize that this shit goes on every day to black people. Like we like the shit that we're going through, like it's really being exposed now to the average white person or the average American or whatever. But it's like, yo, we deal with this every day. Like, like we deal with it. And at this point, like, it's just coming down to it where like everybody, the kids coming up, the new generation, the younger kids, 18, 15, and like to 25 to 30, like they're seeing, they living through what's been going on, and they've reached the point where they're ready to make a change and ready to revolt, and and they realize that all that marching stuff and all that let's kumbaya stuff, it only works but for so long.
Right.
And after a while, it's just like, things, you have to destroy things really to be heard sometimes, unfortunately. but that's really the only thing that this America kind of respects is violence and like that guerrilla pimp, you know, to put it in layman's terms. You know what I
Remember the
mean?
Tea Party? They dumped the tea off the right.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
Well, even
that's just like that's equals what happened with the rioting, you know. Same
well,
shit.
even
But
shit
there's levels to this.
right.
I think the problem is we don't know the difference between, like, I hate when we're watching the news and they'll say Black Lives Matter and then looters.
Right.
And the
So
same breath, in the same breath.
a looter is not a Black Lives Matter protester. That's a looter. A looter is an opportunist.
They're not right.
But a rioter, and we know this, riots are the voice of the unheard. I said, if you're mad at police, it is just like throwing tea, right? Tea sent a message to the establishment. Burning down a police department sends a message to the establishment. People talk about that Target in Minnesota, and talk about small businesses. But the one thing they forget is that center where that Target was used to have small businesses from that community. So this is what happens with gentrification. So when gentrification comes into a neighborhood and they take up all the small businesses of the people that used to work there and live there and build that community, then they put in a Walmart or a Target, and you wonder why people are pissed off at the Walmart or the Target. Because my grandma had a fish shop down there, the barber shop used to be there, or our Snappy
Mom and Pop grocery store.
Right. All the places where we grew up, they're gone now.
My fruit stand, you know what I'm saying?
Right. And so those people come in now, and where there used to be, the reason why the mom and pop shop went out is because they cared about the community. Every now and then they give people free groceries, right? They're like, yeah, take this down to such and such house, take this. They was taking care of people. And unfortunately, that's the only businesses that do. And then here comes Walmart, who doesn't give a crap about the community. They just want the money. And there's a difference when you go and you burn that place down, and we don't know the history. So I think a lot of it. I think a lot of it is like civil disobedience. You see people saying it's violent civil disobedience. It's like sit in the middle of the road is civil disobedience.
Right.
That is okay. That's a form of protest.
Well, the police will drive through
allow
in
them to
Detroit.
take the narrative because there were 50 states and 18 countries that did George Floyd protests. You know what you didn't see? You didn't see all the speakers.
TJ, can you mute your mic?
You didn't see all the speakers that spoke before all of those protests. There were all those communities that Murray was talking about.
Because that's the narrative they want you to see. That's not the narrative they want you to see.
They just showed you the looting. But there was a guy, there were young men and young women that spoke before all of that.
They want to prove their point, that's all.
Right.
Yeah. So they use all the looting and the rioting as a way to, once again, almost like making the black community look even worse as it is. So
Well, and I think one thing
with
go ahead.
that, well, before we were still speaking, but now people are hearing us.
Right.
So.
Well, and here's something else that people forget out of that narrative. Exactly what you're saying: protesters versus rioters. Right. I've attended multiple BLM protests, and even the recent major one in Jacksonville for after George Floyd, and in that time, there's a stark difference between agitators who are doing crazy stuff and protesters and even protest leaders who are really trying to make sure that nothing goes crazy, because they don't want any excuse for the police or anybody to say that we did something wrong. I remember there was even a point where some people wanted to go on the freeway and lock down the freeway. And protest organizers were like, no, and they had a bullhorn and whatever, and they got them to basically do a big loop downtown. It was nothing really happened for the most part. But I'll tell you, there was a couple people that were doing some crazy shit, like jumping up on police cars, walking up on just regular bystander cars, doing crazy stuff. And I'm like thinking, am I going to be the guy that stops that crazy guy? Or let's say someone throws a brick through a window. What am I gonna do? And people start running in. Am I gonna like what barricade it with my body? You know what I mean?
Well,
So you can
you
have a
were
protest of 80,000 people. I guess my point to sum it up, 80,000 people and 5 people throwing bricks through windows, and next thing you know, let's say 10,000 out of 80,000 people go and loot after the 5 people threw those bricks. Now suddenly that whole 80,000 gets defined by not only the 5 people but the 10,000 that succumb to some level of either rage or greed, whatever motivated them.
that's called off ramping. So if I give you, in other words, if I don't want to deal with a topic, I need an off ramp. So that's what the looters are for people who need to
Absolutely,
status quo.
absolutely.
So if you look at, so a lot of what you pointed out when you talk about, when you watch a good movie called Do the Right Thing, right? When Radio Raheem died, and Mookie threw that garbage can through the window, that's what it was. If you go look at the same circumstance and Do the Right Thing, right? Radio Raheem got choked out by 2 racist cops. Like, they're in the background of the movie harassing these black kids. But Sal's Pizza, has represented a person who was in the community but didn't give a shit about it. They wanted the money but didn't care about the people. So what ended up happening is, you're not going to stop Mookie from throwing that garbage can through the window, because at the time you're like, that ain't my place. And when you think about the total outrage, right, we're going on like, almost 30 straight days of protest.
Yeah.
And you got COVID and off time, and people got time. If you look at the red hot summer, people forget this. If we studied the red hot summer in 1967, there's a reason why they called it the red hot summer. They protested all summer. After 1967, that's when the Black Power movement for 8 years came out of that. Birthed out of that was the Black Panthers. So when you kind of go back and look at history really repeating itself in this sense.
Man, what's going to get birthed out of this? I can't wait.
But what we birthed out is,
oh man, it could be a hardcore right wing too.
Well, that's going to happen. They never left. They came out in 2016.
Yes.
They voted.
Yes. Yes, no doubt. No doubt.
That's the difference between us and them is we got to get smart like that. When they got mad, they protested by putting Donald Trump in office.
Wow.
What we need to do is take this anger, and I'm glad it's happening in the summer during election year. And then, because I'm not a fan of Joe Biden, but Joe Biden has this, and will have this mandate, right? A lot of people don't know Simone Sanders and the team he put around him, because I don't look at the executive. You got to look at who the executives put around himself.
Sure.
Simone Sanders was Bernie Sanders' campaign manager in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
He is now on Biden's team. He's surrounded by a lot of progressives that if you look close at his campaign, you go, yeah, his record's shaky, but the people he has around him, they were in Black Lives Matter. they were in progressive movements. They were in the Women's March. And you go, all right, he's all right, because he's being informed by people who are connected to the people that will hold him accountable.
I wonder.
So
if that.
So when you look at him and look at his record, you're like, he has a messed up record. But if you're looking for somebody to go, all right, Joe Biden, you got some questionable, your jungle comments in 1970s, your mass incarceration bill, you was up there behind Hillary Clinton. We know that you've been on the wrong side of some legislation. I give him only credit that he hasn't hid from that. But I don't know why we didn't have this debate in 2007.
But why Biden? Surely there's somebody, even the people that are surrounding Biden, that are better than Biden. Like the guy is just like a buffoon.
Well, Biden, but the executive.
So is Trump, but still.
The executive can be a buffoon. We've dealt with that before.
Oh God!
I don't think we can anymore.
Vote for the better. They usually vote for who's popular.
Right. And
How is
if we look
Biden
at,
popular? I think that
well,
he's
Biden,
popular
I
the
don't
way
think,
Fetty Wap second single was popular. The only reason it was popular is because they fed it to everybody nonstop, the way like you would feed a goldfish flakes, and they like sort of learn to accept it and look forward to the flakes. You know
but
what I
I
mean?
think this is
Even though it's
different.
crap.
I don't think Joe Biden is popular.
No,
Because
he's not.
and,
And Fetty Wap's second single wasn't really popular either, but they were playing it nonstop for a while.
but
I
I
still
think
have resentment about that time.
right. And I'll say this. I don't think Biden at this point is a candidate that everybody's behind. Right now, the idea of we're sick of this stuff is what's behind it.
Yeah.
They're voting for because, and I've said this to my Democratic friends, the people who are hardcore Democrats. You do realize if Joe Biden does not do the will of the people, your party's screwed.
It's over.
So my thing is, he's not really running on like this is about 2024. He ain't gonna be a two-term president.
Mm.
This is really about look. Everybody's sick of the craziness because the president shouldn't get up and lie. I teach in military schools, and it's a shame I can't quote the press secretary or the commander in chief at a military school. We can't quote them because they're not a reliable source. How can the president of the United States not be a reliable source in a military school? When you think about that and the consequences of that, you try to tell people it's not just that he lies unnecessarily. You'll be watching something and he'll be talking about oh man, I got up this morning, and then he adds shit to it. It's like you didn't even have to lie today.
Right.
There was no political gain by just getting up there telling the truth. But he can't help him. It's almost like he can't help exaggerating. And so
It's like, did you see him drinking water recently? How he made a big deal that he could drink water, and his crowd like went all crazy because he does those weird baby sips with like regular bottled water. He has to use two hands, and he had a cup.
Tiny baby hands.
Yeah, no, I mean literally. There's footage. There was a glass with water in it, and he almost got it to his mouth, and then he had to have his other hand come to help tip it into his mouth. He used
he blames it because he was saluting.
Two hands. There was no I don't know, man. The
He said
footage
it was after he was saluting.
the
He got
footage
tired.
the footage I saw. I guess I mean the guy can't salute and then drink water. Like this is some this is like North Korean shit. This is weird. Weird to me.
So I watched the Tulsa rally, and he claimed during the Tulsa rally that, and this is what's sad, he devoted like 30 minutes of his speech to explain why he couldn't.
Yes. And then he did this weird sip and licked his lips and then threw the water. Like into the crowd cheered. We are at a historic moment, at a precipice of our society. This is our leader. This is the fall of an empire. We're living through it. I didn't know I was going to live through this kind of thing in high school. I thought I was going to be like retire, boring life, find some place to work and die. Like, no, we're going to live through either really shitty depression. No, we will. It's going to be a really shitty depression for a lot of people soon, if it's not already. And it is, I don't know. I mean, we could either go into an authoritarian techno state, or literally it'll be the rebellion versus the empire. And what kind of weird future is that?
I think if Biden gets elected, his election will be called the reckoning, and the reckoning will be, Joe, you know the wrongs and the problems.
Oh, he doesn't.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he does. What matters is what we do with the Congress and the Senate. People like Mitch McConnell, he's on the ballot. Now McGrath in Kentucky.
Are they gonna vote him out? Why do they keep voting that weirdo in? What the hell is wrong?
Because he has a district the right way.
Oh my my
if
God.
you
But
some of
why
these things,
even those people, right? I guess they're just that psychopathic that they only think about themselves. Or what we talked about before with the fear of the South, the cause of the South.
I gotta throw Nancy Pelosi in there as well.
To
I'm
fear
just saying.
to stoke the fears of white people to get them motivated to do to do crazy
Pelosi
shit.
ain't gonna ever lose
They'll go to
California.
war. They'll go to war and die for you if you make them afraid that black bucks are gonna go after their blonde betties. You know what I
Right.
mean?
But I think,
It's antithetical to what would help them. You know what I mean?
but but we have to. I guess it's like she brought up Nancy Pelosi, right? And you bring up some of these people that are. If you think about in our lives, so we're all in our, well, I don't know how old you are, Knight, but I said most of us are in our early 40s, closing in on our mid 40s. My whole life, my entire life, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden,
No doubt.
Bernie Sanders.
No
So
doubt.
I think Father
The
Time,
Clintons.
the Clintons,
Yeah.
but I think Father Time is going to do something for us that hasn't been done.
But how did they
These
get
people,
in their claws and their influence and all that? How did they get so deep in our democratic system?
they're for sale. Some of these people have been for sale for years. A big pharma, if I could, it's like this. I can come out and boast and say anything on a campaign trail, right? There's a good movie called, it's not a good movie, but it's a funny movie called The Campaign with Will Ferrell. And he's going on the campaign trail and he's talking, and he's telling everybody, tilt-the-world workers are the backbone of the American population. Every place he goes, he's got the same stump speech, and
Yeah, I saw that one.
and he's saying it over and over again. And if you remember, there's a movie with Chris Rock called Head of State.
Yeah, I see.
And remember when he finally loses it, and Bernie Mac asking him, "When am I going to hear you? I hear them, but when am I going to hear you?" Because remember they took Chris Rock and he was all idealistic. That's why they hired him. They're like, "Look at this. He's Joe Everyman." They threw a suit on him. They gave him the talking points. Told him, "Here's how you talk to the Teamsters. Here's how you do X, Y, Z." And then his brother said, "When am I going to hear you?" And then he gives the "That ain't right" speech. So at some point, a good candidate, somebody with a good heart, we have to figure out how do you balance, right? Because you need resources. Unfortunately, you need resources to run. Corporations have resources.
Right.
People don't. The biggest fear is if the people ever had the resources, we wouldn't do the bidding of corporations. But money is evil. Nancy Pelosi, if she can take 1,000, if she can do a nest egg and be a millionaire for her whole life, she's gonna let them poison the water just a little bit.
Yeah. Right,
Because, just a little bit.
but you see
A
movements.
lot of it.
You see movements like Bernie Sanders, who, for instance, who vowed not to take corporate money, who takes small dollar donations, and he's got his flaws and whatever, but at the same time, I think he represented a movement against that corporate power. At least that was one of his hallmarks, and he still fails in front of the American people. It's almost like American people are conditioned, even if you say, "Yeah, look, they're screwing us. What's up? Let's do something." It doesn't matter. They're conditioned to vote against these people.
So Bernie was, and I would listen to Bernie's speech and I'd be like, man, that's totally correct. But here's the problem with Bernie, and this is where the balance is. Bernie had a lot of substance in his words, substantive things to say, but he didn't get the results. And here's why he didn't get the results. You still have to. Let's just say like you and I are working together, James, and we have to come to a resolve. And you may be an asshole, but I can't sit out in front of everybody and be like, James is an asshole, he's a dickhead, he ain't shit. Then walk into the negotiation table and say, we got to work something out. I have to find a common ground to work with you, even if I think you're an asshole. So where he's missing is, yeah, you galvanize all the people, but I still got to work with James to get this accomplished. You can't just call me a motherfucker
Mm.
And now you want me to help you with your bill? No. And so Bernie, if you look at all the years he's been in office, how many signature bills, all the beautiful things he said, how many signatures? He didn't even like Obama. There's nobody that Bernie's liked. and
Well,
and so
sure.
at some point you have to. And I've said this 1,000 times. I said, Bernie, man, get some stuff done. You're gonna have to.
Isn't he
You
like
don't like
the
Nancy
amendment
Pelosi?
king or something? He wasn't he because he was an independent for so long, and
Yeah,
wasn't
he
he?
caucused with the Democrats.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, and he did.
Stand up for yourself, Bernie.
But at the same time, he supposedly he did actually, maybe he didn't get to push his own landmark stuff, but supposedly he was the amendment king per se. That was his moniker,
Yeah,
whatever that meant.
He was fixed up in
Sure.
bills. He tried to, but I think he had to be. So, like Barack Obama, I think if he had stayed a senator, might have been a statesman. But he never got that. It happened so fast. He went to president that fast. But if you look at Bernie, and I told people this, I said, who in office? Let's just say Bernie became president. You need legislators. You need Senate and Congress. You need lawmakers to help them. And I used to say this all the time. Who's going to help them besides AOC and like he has like 4 people that are down with him.
Right.
That's not getting any bill signed. Nothing that he promised was going to make.
But
it
you
through,
don't
'cause
you don't think the
he had
bully
nobody.
you don't think the bully
Ro
pulpit
Khanna, Ilhan Omar, and
Right. I mean, there's some people moving in, and who knows with this next batch. But also this idea that what about if he had the bully pulpit at all to be able to give the like coronavirus hits, bam! If we have Medicare for all, blah blah blah, he can give all of these reasons in a public way that Trump, of course, squanders with his moronic idiocy. But you know what I'm saying? So even if he didn't have the legislation, he could have for years now, 3 years now, talked about it and said, look at what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Look, I'm right. Told you so. Let's vote some people in. You have a chance, da da da. You know what I mean?
Bernie was also too honest.
To even have that chance to give that bully pulpit,
I supported Bernie in 2016. I was happy to vote for him in the California primary. After the DNC screwed him over in 2016, I was hoping for a real, true revolution that he was speaking of, because people were ready to follow him at whatever direction he wanted to take his followers at that moment. He had everybody in the palm of his hands, right? We were so energized, you know what I mean? And then what had happened was he ended up campaigning for Hillary Clinton, and that just destroyed everything. And then we knew he was going to run again this year, and then we just knew what the outcome was going to be.
Yeah.
Well, I think, but Bernie made a fatal flaw, and I'll tell you why. Simone Sanders, when he had her on the team, he should have did more to talk about the diversity of his team. He doesn't have a relationship with the black community.
He doesn't have a black agenda.
Right. Now but in 2016 he actually did, because Simone had helped him create one. But because he couldn't get out of his Medicaid for all, he has a cadence of things he talks about, right?
Sure.
And when you can't break your cadence, right? He has a set list that he's going to play, and when you can't break out of that to get down into the nuance of how and what you're doing.
I could see that, but the thing that disturbs me the most is 2016 Bernie comes out, and here we are 2020. What's the alternative to Bernie that's better than Bernie?
You know what I'm gonna say, but you guys.
You know what I mean? Like, even if you said Tulsi, for instance, that she comes with her own baggage that causes whatever.
Not perfect.
Yeah, whatever that causes whatever disruption. And the thing is, like, why even if you name Tulsi, why is there like how isn't it alarming how few people are really standing up to look at capital and labor relations, to look at racism in the police force, and also systemic racism through any type of situation where humans have jurisdiction on the outcome of a government action. Those
This
kinds of things, those questions, you know what I mean? Um,
the
who's out there even really posing those honest things? And Oshan, I think you said that Bernie was too honest. You
Yeah,
mentioned.
he was too honest in this. Like everybody's like, how's he gonna pay for it? I said he said he's gonna. I can tell you in certain circles, the fact that he was so honest that I'm gonna tax you. It wasn't that he's just gonna tax the wealth. The way you get things is you have to tax.
Sure.
And he's like, you'll get it back in free schools and everything else. Whether anybody wants to admit it, it's a great movement, great promise. But he was honest in how he was gonna make that money, taxing the shit out of everybody. And I think when it comes down to it, when people get boiled down as politics to that, you have enthusiasm for the movement, but you're not going to get the votes.
Well, but that's because people are able to be manipulated by the propaganda machine to only look at that perspective is to also negate the fact that you wouldn't have private premiums to pay anymore. You know what I mean? And the fact that a giant nationwide risk pool by economic standards makes more sense than having individual administrative and other ways of diminishing economies of scale. So it makes sense to do something like a national healthcare program versus individual private plans because at the end of the day, a profit margin in general, in the face of what defines efficiency in the form as far as taxpayer program equals cost per outcome, the fact that there is a profit margin at all should be an inefficiency, period. Because that inefficiency could be pulled out of in a government program, that inefficiency layer could be mitigated right off the bat.
Look what you just said right there, James. You laid out an articulate, well thought out explanation. Here's the problem with the Democrats right now. They have a lot of substantive issues that need well thought out discussion. You know what the Republicans are doing? This is their talking point. God, guns, immigration's bad, taking your jobs, lower your taxes, economy. They get out there and yell 6 things with no substance, and they're going to get votes because it's all fear. If you vote for the Democrats, they're going to take away God, immigrants are going to take over your country. You can go down the list. It's simple. They don't have to, there's no nuance to it, right? They're going to take your guns. They're going to make you bow down to somebody else, blah, 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 blah. If you go down their talking points, there's no complication to it. It's all emotional. As much as they talk about identity politics, the Republicans have mastered.
It's 100%.
Well, the Democrats over here saying police reform. Let's look at the 1994 crime bill and extrapolate the blah, 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 blah. Well, shit, everybody fell asleep already. And they don't know what the hell you're talking about anymore. And Bernie and Hillary did this, right? Bernie would be breaking down Medicaid, the 1963 tax equation 17.4 Form C laid out the foundation of the 1983. And everybody's like, what is he talking about? He's saying the right things, and they're going through the right things, but you can't. This is the unfortunate part about politics. If it's not simple, the majority of people can't get it. That's why the fund of the police fell flat. I understand that programs either get funded or defunded. It's really not complicated. That's what government budgets. A program is either funded or defunded. Defunding something doesn't mean abolishing. So if you're saying that, hey, police officers, instead of getting $6 million, you should get 5. You've been defunded.
Well, right. And here's the thing: the irony, and here's, I guess, part of the weird. I don't even know what you want to call it. The strange mental problem we have in America is that a lot of the people that are against defunding the police are also people that would 100% support this idea that if you didn't like the service and outcome of service from an establishment, that you would be able to boycott that establishment or punish that establishment by not spending your money there. That's 100% fine with them, but they will roll over backwards and writhe in pain if you said defund the police. Right? There's a neurosis. There's a weird hypocrisy that right wing people, at least it seems right wing people, are caught up in. And this is where I think their racism and all those things sort of makes things start falling apart.
So I have a question.
Sure.
So what about the communists that are kind of like, I don't know if they're getting hope from the situation, but trying to really start into like making this country a true communist country?
Well, communism is a loaded term to me, depending on who. It comes with a lot of baggage, especially in America. So, communism, per Marxist communism, would be the anarchist dream, right? Whereas in America, they don't understand that. Like, Marx envisioned a stateless, classless society where everyone just sort of gave as much as they could to their ability and took only what they needed per their need, right? That kind of like utopian fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't have government, and it wasn't authoritarian, and there wasn't a class system. So when people start looking at, like in America, the only vision of Marxism or communism is Stalin and Mao, an authoritarian or vanguard
Yeah.
style, full control of the government. And I don't know that there may be some fringe element of people that want like the government to do something, literally the government through a vanguard party or central control mechanism, but I think the majority of people are looking at some kind of new labor contract. I think that there are some communists that believe in the Marxist utopian, but would settle for a socialist movement. I think where you have more of a democratic control of the means of production, and an idea that people are partners, and that's, I mean, at the end of the day, when I have to really, like, I don't like to look at myself as left or right or all these weird terms, because everyone labels stuff with their own, like I said, baggage to that. And at the end of the day, if I really look at myself in the terms of what does right wing mean, in terms of like the French Revolution, even in moving to a new era versus staying with the old era, then I am revolutionarily leftist, because I believe that there's a paradigm shift that we can say, and it can be summed up in this succinct way. And I guess, Oshan, to your point, the Republicans have 6 ways of fear. I have one way of describing, or a couple different ways of describing a new paradigm. We shouldn't own people. We shouldn't rent people. People are partners. Capital and labor are equal. If I give you 10 years of my life, that should be equivalent to be able to, like, as if $100 can buy instant shares of partnership in your company. A certain amount of tenure should equal shares in the company, automatic equity, not something like a stock repurchase plan. No, 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 no. I'm already a captive wage slave. On top of that, to make sure I'm not a captive wage slave, then I should get equity in the enterprise that I participate in over the period of time that I participate in the enterprise. And therefore, I will have capital money, like capital gains if I sell the shares, or I have dividend income if I get dividends from it. All the benefits of owning shares in something. And also democratic control of the workplace. If we change that paradigm, and it's a cultural paradigm, the economics will fall in line. Just like we said, culturally, we will not own people. So now the economics has to take into account that you are not allowed to own people. So whatever economics for a business, you can't include owning people, right? And so in likewise fashion, we could say you're not allowed to rent people So therefore, the economics will game in that fashion. You know what I mean?
I think it's funny that we have conversations about democracy and communism, and we kind of I think they're thrown around as buzzwords.
Yes.
I would say this. I think because what you're describing, James, sounds more like the African concept of Ubuntu. So UBUNTU.
Sure. There's a open source language called Ubuntu where
So
people all
they took that from them.
exactly yeah it's named after it, right?
So when you're talking about recognizing the humanity of others, right? I am because you are. That philosophy in Africa used to mean, I care about the group more important than any other individual arguments or division within it. I care about our common bonds. So when you think about that village mentality back in the day,
Kind of like when they say my brother's keeper, like you're my
Right.
brother's keeper.
Right.
right? I'm taking care of you. We're one village. We're gonna make sure. I'm not gonna be happy unless you're happy.
Sure.
So there were societies. So if you talk about taking away the government construct, there were societies that got along just like that, right? We want to make
Oh,
sure
yeah.
everybody's fed, everybody's taken care of. We took care of one another.
Yeah, in fact, you could say that the Marxist utopia existed to some degree in a lot of different cultures prior to some destruction by, European forces of some sort or capitalistic forces.
There were countries that they call third world,
Right.
but the thing is, they were just living simply, right?
Yes.
Like
The Philippines, thank you very much.
Thank you. Subsistence living. Right. They would say that
Yes.
you're in poverty because you aren't making more than $2 a day, yet you're making a perfect living off the land.
Right. Like when you think about people living in harmony in a village or whatever. But I think when you throw in capitalism and you throw in even when you try to make a government out of it, communism, whatever. when you try to take humanity and organize it into some sort of a government, that's when you bring in greed in human beings. I think democracy, and I think that's to think about America, right, and the fact that, oh my gosh, it can become a communist country. Well, that would have a leader would have to come in, burn the Constitution, and live through the war that follows. So it's not that easy. You're not gonna slide off into some communist country.
Well, I mean,
that is not how.
it also depends on, again, to the baggage of communism. If you're talking about Marxist utopian communism, yeah, we won't have that because by definition we would have to dissolve the state to a large degree.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I think there's.
And have nationalized stuff while also not having a state force it to happen, which is sort of like wouldn't happen. We'd have to be like
we have
ants or bees.
Right. And people think, okay, that Marxism is on the rise. They've been saying that since 2012. I can go through, like I said, Dr. King was called a communist and he was trying to bring socialism to America. That's the trope that gets thrown out. But I think when you think about authoritarian governments,
Well,
which
he
I
was
think
he's a critic of capitalism.
right. But I think if you talk about aristocracy, or you talk about where the highest class in certain societies hold the highest offices, we are leaning towards that, and been leaning towards that more than communism. Communism is
Like a
obese
plutocracy, basically, or oligarchy, or
Right.
rule by the rich, basically.
So rich people, the haves and the have-nots. That's always been the case.
Well, okay, yes, exactly, and the expanse of the inequality becomes even more important because going back to all the way looping all the way back to how much does it cost to hire the hitman who will bite the cyanide pill and will not implicate you, will create the distance and anonymity guaranteed, right? And we said maybe we settled around $1 million. Okay, great. Let's just stick with that number. If you believe that's a real number, I'm like, I'm not saying it has to be accurate, but let's say it's a real number, $1 million. How many people in your local city could afford to pay that price? Right? Just think
I
about
mean,
that. In your
right.
city. Now think of it in your state, how many people could pay that price? In this country, how many people could pay that price? In this world, how many? You see what I'm saying? So if all these people could pay their price, whose hand on the Ouija board is making the influence and the manipulation move that little, whatever you call it, planchette, one way or another? You know what I
Well,
mean?
but I think if you think about um, so the concept of hegemony, right? There's been I always talk about white hegemony. So that's influence or control over a country or a group of people.
Yeah.
Um, so domination of others. You dominate their social, their culture, their ideological, their economic influence. You exert your dominance across the world. So that's kind of what you'll see a lot of scholars talk about white hegemony. That is what's being destroyed. So beyond racism or whatever, right? And if you talk about black liberation, this is James Cone and Cornel West. This is the stuff that black liberation theology, talking about privilege and supremacy. All those things are layered, right? You throw out communism, you throw out all these things to kind of hide the fact that I want to dominate your social life, your cultural life, your ideological life, your economic life. I want to influence it, and it's going to be influenced by the dominant group. America does that every place. Every place we go, oh, you don't speak English. I mean, we got the audacity. We walk into other countries and be like, speak English, motherfucker. Like,
Right.
you're in the Philippines, but you won't speak English.
I remember being
Like,
in Japan and seeing a guy. I was in the subway and hacking my Japanese left and right, but the Japanese would oblige and help me because they knew their English was better than my shitty Japanese, and so they would
right.
like, hey, I had already embarrassed myself, and so they were fine with that. But there was this asshole. You could tell he was like from the base, and he was like asking in very just plain old English, not even attempting at all. Do you know where Tokyo Station is? Can you tell me where Tokyo Station is? Tell me where. And everyone's like, oh, no English, no English. Oh, no English. I don't speak English, or whatever, right? And they're like nodding and moving away from the guy. And I remember he was he got in the train and was like frustrated, and he yelled out, "Doesn't anyone speak English in this goddamn country?" And I just remember, and I was already dang near 6 foot by that time in high school, and I was looking over the heads of most of the Japanese, and I remember like slinking down to make sure I didn't make contact with this guy, because I didn't speak English to that motherfucker either, at that moment.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because the audacity, motherfucker, what? And someone comes to America and just starts spewing whatever language, any language, and just demands that you tell them one thing or another. Americans will shoot you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, for someone to go to Japan and I mean, this was in the 90s and someone did that shit. I almost imagine Americans are worse now, depending. If it's a Trump American, yeah. I would imagine they're worse. If it depending on the type of American.
Well, if you look at, people were asking why do white women vote a certain way. Well, you marry if the white male, like, so we're talking about white hegemony being, dominating around the world. Well, I'm still taken care of, right? If I vote for this white guy, I may, again, this goes back to something A. Philip Randolph said. He's an older pre-king civil rights leader. He said, no beneficiaries of a system can be expected to destroy it.
Right.
So when you talk about your voting, you talk about the economics, they're like, how come we can't get white women to vote? Well, most people tend to marry within their own intra-race or intra-color, whatever you want to say it.
Sure.
And the thing is, if that's the case, I'm going to vote for my own comfort. I'm not going to vote for the right thing. We're asking people this is what we're really asking people to do, James, myself included. I want you to vote. Like when my wife has endometriosis, so it's not a disease I personally have. It's not an experience that I personally go through.
Right.
We had a good Dakota friend that named Rashonda, who died of lupus, right? Good friend of ours. There are things and that people suffer to that we have to share that experience to do something about it. Like I never gave to lupus, or I never even thought about lupus until Rashonda had it. That's the first time I gave to that. But think about how many people live through that and have
Right.
it, and probably deserve a little bit of my money or attention,
But
because they live through that crap.
But to that end, though, if you cared about it all, I mean, you're not God, omnipotent, omniscient, everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, can't you be spread so thin that you will give all yourself till you die?
Exactly.
If you,
and I think so. For me, like the reason why I care about movement so much, and like what we're talking about on the show, I'd love to just say, all right, let's talk about lupus, and maybe somebody else is inspired out there. So what I like to do is I like to collect organizations. So Tabari may be like, look, the only thing I care about is interracial crime. I want to help out black on black crime. So I'll be like, yo, man, increase the fees, my brother's keeper, we wear orange. That's what he's gonna say, and that's fine. And I think we need to stop getting on people instead of like, so people like me. I want to be a bridge builder. I want to sit here and
instead of shaming them for not being involved, you help them get involved.
Right. I'm gonna help you get involved where you want.
You guide the way as a leader. That's real leadership. At the end of the day.
Right. I don't like you're right. I can't do it all. But if TJ's like, I work in healthcare, man. I want to, that's my niche. Give me some movements, organizations I can get down with. And we can't shame people for, oh, you ain't up on Black Lives Matter, or you ain't up on this. Yes, be aware, be a part of the movement. But if you're also doing your thing over here for like diseases like endometriosis and lupus, that's cool. We need to praise for people for doing something, because too many people aren't doing anything.
Right. You know,
so I think that's what
we've got. I'll probably wrap this up here pretty soon because it's getting late. But you know, to that end, I've been accused before of and I'm sure you're familiar with the term class reductionist, of not looking at racial issues with enough priority as class issues. And I argue that we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and that also that racial issues are used by a lot of times capitalists and the capitalist system in order to perpetuate their profit-driven system and to make sure that there is no class unity. But at the same time, these folks that accuse me are saying that in order to bring the other working class people who don't, I guess, really herald their identity politics or the fight for, I don't know, aren't as active and vocal about the fight for racial issues, that by trying to bridge that gap, that it's becoming class reductionist and not paying enough attention to racial issues. Do you believe that that's true, or is that sort of a fringe idea?
I think class reductionism is more of a it's an attempt to oversimplify a wicked problem set. And I see what you're saying. You're like, look, this is I look at it like, so we're gonna go back to my grandmother again. My grandmother says most people kind of look at the cobwebs of life, and what we got to do is kill the damn spider.
Yes.
So I look at class reduction as you're looking at something that's gum and hair. It's all tangled up.
Yes.
So when you try to oversimplify, say, hey, I just want to cut out this part of the problem. The problem is like, but you're pulling on this part of the problem, and now it's going to leave a patch here. So I think people, when you explain it and trying to simplify the terms, it does discount the nuance we have to pay attention to, right? Because the prison pipeline is attached to the education system, that's attached to the food deserts,
right?
That's attached to the local economy, that's attached to the politics, and I think.
But all of that at the end of the day is attached to the system of capitalism and exploitation. because in order to get to the point where they can control the politics of the situation per their end, they are using the culture of capitalism to in order to exploit people to get that influence.
But I think there's a difference between. So let's just say this: if we threw America out as an idea, let's take people out of it. It sounds really good, right? If you throw capitalism out as an idea, democracy, and I think that's what we have to separate.
Well, democracy, I mean, well, if Trump was a result of democracy, we really have to question. I mean, it's what the Greeks warned us of, right?
The will of the people, right? The best thing that Russia got people to do, 46% of black people did not vote. So 46% of eligible black. This is what they did. They weren't voting for Trump, right? He got, I think, 6%, between 6 and 8% of the black vote. That wasn't where he won. Where he won is when Hillary Clinton did not go back to Michigan. She did not go back to black communities in Wisconsin or Pittsburgh. The other thing she did is she never spoke to Black Votes Matter. He never spoke to Woke Vote. These are the grassroots people. By the time she went and spoke to them, they were like, oh, no, Hillary. No. But there's another element in her election. So she wins the popular vote. It was too late. She won the popular vote, but she lost. So she lost misogynistic men. There were some men that were never going to vote for her. That doesn't matter what she did. She
Of course, a woman will never become president.
Right. So you had that element there.
Right.
But where she could have won the election despite all of that, she didn't. She did not address the 94 crime bill. She lacked hubris. And look, if you put a server in your house and you say, hey, we were just trying to do that, we were experimenting and it didn't go right, just admit that shit. We all know what happened. But you tried to out talk it. And when you tried to out talk it, you sounded like him. So the Clintons, like Hillary Clinton is by resume the most qualified person to ever run by resume. But what she didn't account for is doing the hard part. If you're relying on the black vote, then you need to take your ass to Flint. You should have took your ass to Michigan. You should have took your ass to all these the National Urban League, like Black Lives Matter. You didn't even go visit.
Yeah.
So when you sit there and look at these movements that you didn't even like, Black Lives Matter interrupted how many of her campaign rallies? Bernie let him speak. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
2016, took his microphone.
Right.
He said, "Fuck it."
Yeah.
He just let them go. And then once they were done, he went up and gave a speech.
But yet he didn't win.
He didn't win because, again, he did not win because he did not address that's a missed opportunity, right? He could have grabbed the microphone and said, "Hey, don't leave. Let's have a discussion." Just right there. That's the moments he missed where I'm like, that's when
join my campaign.
Right, he went right back to Medicaid for all.
Yeah,
If you watch that speech, he goes back up and goes right on the stump when he should have said, "Hey, stay right there. Pull up a chair."
100%. Yes, right. Hey, you know what? Exactly. I'm glad you spoke because your voice is louder than mine, and I'm glad you could take my mic for a moment and I could elevate it because we need to pay attention to what's going on.
And if he would have done that,
if he would have done something like that. Yeah, you're 100% right. He was like a parrot or one of those see and say, and you pull the string, and it would tell you the Bernie says Medicare for all and blah blah blah. But he wasn't able to freestyle in the moment, I guess you could say. If it wasn't to the set list, if it wasn't something he wrote, he couldn't do it. He couldn't just freestyle off the head.
No, he couldn't.
But Clinton couldn't do the same thing.
Right, exactly. Right. No doubt. I mean, and Trump's a moron. I think at the end of the day, it points to that the American dream is really, there's something festering and bubbling up, and the stench of Trump, the stench of Clinton, the stench of Biden. All of these are we whether we really realize it or not is the stench of something putrid rotting in the core of our nation, and it sounds bleak, but I mean, it takes that kind of. I mean, it's like I don't know if you're Taoist or not, but Lao Tzu would tell you, it's like the having family problems is what makes your family the tightest family. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's going through those things that makes you the strongest thing, and at the
right.
same time, you have to react to how things go in a way. If you try too hard to manipulate it in your own mind, or in your own image, then you will surely fuck it up.
Well, and James,
Oshan, you want to close us off, Oshan?
yes, sure. This is why I'm optimistic. So I know we had a long talk this evening, but here's why I'm optimistic. Um, I think when you look at America, I think we're more like a leaf that's being pruned. We have some ugly parts that's been growing with the plant for years. It's been eating us, killing us a little bit. But a pruning is painful, right? Because you have to cut it out. But the only
Mm.
way you can cut it out is it has to be exposed. So all the stuff you're talking about and saying, oh, this ugly part, you're right. Now that we get good visual on the ugly part and we're being exposed, we have to go back to what we talked about all through this. I have to accept the truth of us. I got to go back to Baldwin and say the lie of America. And how do I make that lie the truth? How do I fix this? And we can do this through solidarity. So I look at, if you vote, if people, not pushing votes either way, but Joe Biden is going to pick a woman vice president.
Mm.
If you're talking about the road to a woman president, that's step one. They have to be a vice president. And if we can get that and move the country into a direction where we can start voting for qualified candidates, and I'm hoping that this is also the start of the destruction of the two-party system where we can get a third or fourth party in there so we can have a lot of ideas. I think we're on the road to that. Biden does not carry the popularity of we like him. He does carry the burden of pushing the future forward, and he has an opportunity. I think the Republicans blew that opportunity by siding with everything Trump wants to do. I think
I still don't
their
get
fear
how Biden is better than Bernie, though.
Well, I mean, at this point,
Like, I just
here's the
don't
thing.
get it from a
I,
DNC
I wasn't a fan
perspective,
of either
even.
one of them.
But
Hoping like for a guy like Hakeem Jeffries, or I was hoping for new blood, just
no doubt, no doubt, yes, no
just
doubt. But
just somebody. But here's the choice, and we know this. We're down in November. People are going to vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump. There's going to be other candidates. There's going to be always Green Party and the Blue Party, then the Weed Party.
who's gonna vote for these people though? Like if you've seen the movie Idiocracy, then you know
Mm-hmm.
that the line about third parties and like why don't you vote for third party because nobody votes for them. Well, if you all voted for them, they'd win. Oh well, nobody will vote for them, so we'll never win.
But I think but think about the free time we have right now. I think, and the reason why I'm optimistic too, COVID has laid out, and I've heard this conversation, right? But Joe Biden's not popular, but I don't think anybody's blinded by that. Even him. I would say this. The reason why if you
But
notice, he went out to a Black Lives Matter march. The reason why he's doing stuff with Obama.
look how low you're setting the bar. I mean,
Well, no. I don't think we're setting the bar low. I think the thing is and here's what I mean by this. The reason why I'm optimistic. I don't think you're going to see a Biden-Trump election ever again.
Oh, you think that
All
there'll
he
be
is,
real deal candidates from this point on,
I think you're going to get not just real
or
deal,
there's
you're
gonna
going to
be a
get
revolution?
you're going to get women candidates because here's what's going to happen to the Republican Party. Think about it like this: they only push out white males. The Democrats have one advantage. One advantage. They actually have women. They have a stable of women.
But the
stable
conservatives
black
have their conservative women. You know how women get locked into their domestic situations and whatnot.
Right.
And even in the woke circumstances, or whatever, you still have female conservatives doing their thing and whatever. I mean, even then, you might still have female conservatives. I mean, if we get a Margaret Thatcher, does that really, make it more? Is it better because she's a woman? You know what I mean?
You're gonna need right. The ideology is gonna still
Yeah, we
trump
need the ideology to
whoever's
be in
doing
lockstep of progression, and I think that's where we get caught up in this identity politics thing, where like you could be the person with the best message, the best articulation, like the most support, like yeah, I'll gung ho vote for you, yes, like please, amen, and it's like, well, I don't know, he's like white or like old or whatever we've already had, and it's like we need to get, you know what I mean? So it's like it's almost like the backfiring of, in a way, it's like going down the path of the Tucker Carlsons of the world that would say, oh, this is what's it called, affirmative action backfiring, in a way that we're only looking at sort of these signifiers of people as opposed to the core issue statements and their core ideologies.
So I think that's what 2020 has. 2020 to me, if everybody pays attention, we've all had a second to pause.
Sure, but
And
that
and
pause
I
means
think
different things to people though,
it does. But
you know,
if you're having a substantive conversation here today to focus what that pause means, everybody's not going to come along.
yes,
I think the thing is everybody's not going to come along with you, but that's not what you need. There's always going to be people that sit on the sidelines, complain, and want their politics as usual. But I think if you look at just like the group here, we ain't nobody special. We're not big politicians, but think about the intellectual comments or insights that just us as people have. As grown adults, when you think about those young kids from Japan till now, it's clear that everybody went out and read some books
well,
and
right,
sat down and had some substantive conversations, which tells me this, that regular people can do this. Regular people can sit around and have
absolutely,
substantive
100%,
conversations. And if we're
100%.
able to do that, it takes away power, because there's no Joe Biden here. There's no Trump here. If you listen to
Well,
our thoughts,
like I
we
would
have
100% rather you be president than Joe Biden. You know what I mean? You can form sentences much more coherently than that guy. I believe you would be much better on your toes than Joe Biden and be able to articulate issues better than Joe Biden. This, I think, on top of a lot of things, this Joe Biden being the person and versus Trump is the exposure of the scam of a system that we have, that out of all the intellectual ass normal ass people, that we get Joe Biden. You see what I'm
well,
saying?
listen,
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we know that, but it's like a slap in the face. It's like yeah, you know it, but here I'm gonna rub your face in it. I know you have to eat beans and you hate
but I
beans,
think
but
but
I'm
I
gonna
think
put it in your face and I'm gonna put it down your pants and you're gonna love
right.
it.
But I think
Like
for
I said
one,
though, like this probably be the last time we have an election like this. This is like the breeding grounds for new, fresh blood for
Look,
politics.
I don't think. Look, as much as Biden might have woke people all around him, I think that the oligarchs have their claws in, and they don't give a shit. They're gonna ransack the country as fast as they can and float away on their life barge. And meanwhile, yeah, I mean, meanwhile, the American people are gonna have to figure their shit out, and that's the thing is at some point, because really, look, they have the potential to bail the American consumer out if they believe. Look, we all agree that we have a consumer market. If they believed in free market principles, then they would give the consumer the money to decide where the money goes and pick the winners and losers per the market doctrine that they espouse. They're liars. They're cheaters. They give the money to the corporations, not the people, right? And then how long can they keep this up? They have the opportunity right now. The Joe Biden wing of the Democratic Party have the opportunity right now to bail the people out. They don't, right? And so
Joe Biden entered the race and crushed Bernie Sanders' hopes of
when
being president.
it's ridiculous because of name recognition. I don't know who's getting duped into this, but anyway,
well,
look,
but I
at the
think
end of the day,
Bernie,
oh, go ahead.
Again, I think Bernie Sanders represents our morality, right? When he's talking, you're talking about. I'm a person that's paying. I work. I have a good paying job, and I have to work another job to pay for school, and I'm retired. So
Wow.
I get 3 checks that come to my house, but the burden of paying for school without taking out a loan so your kids can have an opportunity. And I'm a person who's anti-education. I hate the fact that we have to get degrees. And I call it prove it papers because it doesn't really. A lot of these schools don't
Amen.
stimulate the mind.
Amen. Look, I'll
Amen.
tell you this. Educated at Yokota High School, I I entered the financial world trying to teach a bunch of finance majors and other just all sorts of people coming straight out of college. We hired a lot of college grads, and these people were graduating from college, and I was like, you would fail Mrs. Wood's English class. Mr.
Right.
Price would make you sit in like detention because you don't understand how to use words, like,
Right.
or your misunderstanding of history, or some Mr.
Outer
Baker
Mongolia.
would like make you write like a million maps because you didn't know where the freaking a Kamchatka Peninsula is or some
About
shit.
Mr. Edgerly.
Exactly, Mr.
One
Thek
of my
or some. You
one
know
of
what I
my
mean? It's
favorite.
like the education. I mean, I don't even have a degree, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these kids coming out of college and they don't know shit?
One of the best rap lines from the FIP era. I got the power of 10 like logarithms. I don't know if you remember
Ah,
that.
yeah, I remember that.
Zhagg.
That's a
Zhagg,
shit.
I
yeah.
recognize the Zhagg bar.
Yeah, so, and the reason why, like, I laugh at that, but he used to
Power
say
sounds
stuff like
like
that. It was
logarithm. Yeah, I
always like
remember
some
that.
math.
Yeah, I remember
but
that shit.
but the point is like you said, man, Yokota, you, being at Yokota and everything else, like
Oh, we got overtime. We got overtime.
I learned what a production contract was, right? A production deal and everything else. I learned my first contracts over there. I learned how to, what a GS was, and we learned about failure, right? We got to fail in real life, and it taught us good stuff. And I think that's what it really is, James. If we continue to take risks and fail, and it looks bleak right now, but like I said, it's exposed. And it's exposed in a way like we're having a conversation right now. These protests aren't going to stop.
Right.
Your podcast is not going to stop. I
No.
think the spirit
In
of
fact,
Bernie
next
Sanders
Tuesday,
is not
by
going
the
to
way,
stop.
next Tuesday, every Tuesday at the same time. In fact, I'm gonna ring this group chat, and we can keep inviting people. And I'm just gonna ring every start of the show. I'm just gonna ring and see who responds, and that'll be the show from now on. I think
That's a good concept.
because at the end of the day, you're exactly right. And like I said, this isn't so much about a show for production purposes or whatever. It's a fellowship of truth. It's a meeting place. We all community gather and say, okay, this is the topic of tonight. What are your thoughts? And we hash through the shit. So someone might say, oh well, COVID's just a manipulation for mass control, and masks don't do anything, and then someone could say, well, hold up, here's these things that you got to think about, or whatever, and we can sort of squash, bridge, not squash, but like bridge this gap of understanding to where like we all sort of see a similar reality somehow, some way. Because we share a freaking reality. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand how we live in the same universe together at the same moment in time, but we see the world as if it's metaphysically different somehow, some way. It just doesn't make sense to me. Some people.
Well, James, we didn't build the world, right? I mean, we have to try to repair. You're talking about not even 400 years, thousands of years of damage that we've done to each other, trauma,
No doubt.
mental trauma we've done to each other. So my thing is like, just like you talk about, don't spread yourself too thin. We can't get overly frustrated about how we got here,
Right.
but we
Yes.
need to be glad that we're in a place. All of us are in a place to influence. Whether that's just having to talk with your kids, your wife, girlfriend, whatever it might be, or like you said, three people. One thing I love when I was growing up, the Daily Bread, the guy who he writes the Daily Bread with people who read the Bible around the world. He said his Sunday school teacher had two students in it, himself and another kid. But one of his students goes on and makes the Daily Bread. He influences people all around the world, right? People get up every morning, read the Daily Bread with their Bible. So the thing is, as like Tupac said, you will spark the brain that changes the world. So it doesn't matter if you got an audience of three, if you got an audience of 100,000. You're just looking to spark one brain.
Right.
And if you can spark that brain, and that person becomes a person that's like, you know what, I'm going to be the person. I'm going to go out here and lead this. That's what conversation does. So you have the same conversation as if 100 million people will listen as you do if one person's listening. And if that sparks somebody and inspires somebody, that's all it is. And depending on who you're inspiring, that person goes and we're not having this conversation in 2036. We're like, oh, President such and such. Listened to your show one night and was like inspired to go fix this shit.
Right. You never know.
You know, or it could be Sophie, right? She called in and was like, you know what? I heard this whole conversation. I called in one night. Next thing you know, I'm president. So you never know.
Yeah. Hey, run for something. Remember, the government is not a dragon living out.
What was that line? What was that bar you had when you run paralysis with your analysis?
Shit, I don't know.
You don't even remember?
I remember. Like, if I had to spit an old FIP verse for like $1 billion, I'd be fucking broke still.
Oh man. Hey, I'm the same way. I only know shadows. I only know shadows of my old rhymes. I forgot about the logarithms part.
You remember skills, how we kicking it, styles, how we kicking it.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, I can remember hooks. I can remember how 7-Eleven starts. First I roll a 7 and 11. I don't know why I can remember that straight off. Maybe because I sung it 1,000 times. But I like performing that song. I like singing with Jermaine. We used to do Blackstreet songs and stuff like that. I like the fact that we went to a talent show and broke up and did teams of two and won all the money.
Wow.
I mean, we had some fun. You know what I'm saying? That was.
That's dope.
We had some fun with each other. So I mean,
did you realize that Tremaine was only in Yokota for 1 year and that was it?
Yeah, you know what? I'll say this, man. Like high school in Japan is like living in a sitcom. Like, and what I mean is like we had all races of people. And I always say YHS fan for life. I've said this 1,000 times. That's our fraternity. We are in the most unique fraternity in history.
Isn't it? Yes.
Where we kind of have our, like, you wouldn't understand. Like, we hanging out at the teen center doing rap shows. We did college things in high school. We did.
When I describe what happened on like a normal basis in high school, people think I'm like describing 8 Mile or like something like. What? Wait, no. I was doing this way before that. Like this was, I'm talking circa '94, yo. You know, '95 and whatever.
It was like a hip hop video all day. Like I was
yeah.
With William White and Wolf, and we were all telling, like, we were just talking about the stories. I said, man, the stuff you could do in a night at Yokota, just, and then I just talked about, we had, because Mount Pinatubo blew up.
Oh yeah.
The school was so big and so diverse. I said everybody showed up to the games, everybody showed up to the parties. You know, it was like it wasn't real, but it was great because.
But the other thing was like in America. Imagine this. Look, like in Yokota, I think my '96 class, a graduating class, was like 65 people or something. Like
54.
Like
54.
54. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at some of these, like in Florida.
The 2 out of 54, Tabari and James.
Yeah.
Right? Look, it's like look at a Floridian school. They're like 2,500 deep for like one senior class.
But we're really, like, if we're honest, Yokota wasn't that. I mean, you didn't graduate with 54 people. Like, and I know I brought up Rashonda earlier, but like Yolanda, you know why I know all of them? You know why we know people that's younger than us? Because the 7th graders went to school with us.
No, yes, absolutely, 100%. But
to be honest,
But the
You know everybody
perspective,
from
though.
7th grade to 12th.
Yes, but that in of itself is so unique because imagine you have a 2,500 graduating class. We had like 700 people in the entire school.
Right.
You know what I
And you
mean?
know all
Seventh
700 of
grade,
them.
seventh grade through 12th, 700 people. People have 2,500 graduating class. I mean, how like I would not be able to play football in
Right.
Florida. I played varsity football for 2 years. There's no hell, no way my LARPy ass, praying mantis, non having, no coordination ass, asthma having, non LARPy ass, jolly green giant looking motherfucker doing shit. There's no fucking way in God's green, any fucking manifest destiny of fucking America that I would play football. But I played varsity football in fucking Japan.
But that's why your
And you were
code was
the
so
school
cool.
body president, James.
And yes, briefly until, some... I did not... It depends on what your definition of is. I did not have relations.
But that's what I'm saying. That school, I remember leaving. I forgot the dude who did the audio visual class. I used to just leave his class because Mr. Winston, he had an alcohol problem. He was the hottest liquor. So, and then we go to Burger King. Like my junior and senior year, you talking about like George Walton. If you think about Yokota, right? You know, rest in peace to Del Onyate. Like we had everything. We had a person die. We had, when you think about all of it, we had all the stateside experiences. I remember when the '92 riots and they came and told us not to they told us not to ride over the Rodney King thing. I remember Yokota just being like we had everything happen there. I can't think of nothing.
It was like a petri dish of a little microcosm of different things, and then I'm telling you, there's something about it that's gonna cause us to change something or do something. And there's little sparkles of it here and there already, but there's something unique and formative about that, and not only Yokota. I'm sure other experiences that are very similar that are going to sort of be that bridge. People of that generation and of that type of experience are going to be more vocal and be more active and see this opportunity. I hope.
Well, that's shared experience, our common experience. Like I wasn't a military brat before Yokota, and I thought Yokota was gonna be the most corniest thing ever. Like this ain't West Coast, it ain't California, it's not
Yeah,
Alabama.
I think we all thought that.
Yeah. You
And
cried,
then you got
Sean? Because I cried. We all cried, I think.
what's that?
When you found out you're gonna move to Japan.
Yeah.
I was pissed. Like I was pissed because
You're either
I was like, nah, I don't want to leave the States.
Yeah.
And then the first people I meet was Chrissy, Rashonda, my cousin Jacquees. We was all in Caesar's Palace together. So when I think about all those things living in Caesar's, I got fired from Popeyes.
Popeyes. I worked at Popeyes.
Everybody
that was my first job. That was my first job with Yokota.
And then I was working at the bubble pool.
Right. I stole cars with Shamari Wesley. I mean, I go back and I think about how many different adventures I went on with different colors.
Yes.
People. You'd be like, I don't know how I'm hanging out with the white guys tonight, but okay.
Here I am.
Right. Shit I wouldn't do stateside. The next thing you know, it's like, okay, I'm hanging out with the Filipinos tonight. Like, I'm hanging out with the Edgerlins and the Bellaminos and like, don't even know why. They just.
But here you are eating pancetta at a barbecue.
Right.
Whatever. Hand me the lumpia, yo. Not the Danuga one. I don't want the Danuga one, but the lumpia.
I knew you were gonna say that, James.
But we had Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, we had Cubans, and you went over their house and you got introduced to their culture and you had a good ass time.
Yes.
And I think that's what Yokota introduced me to, is kind of like, everybody from the Philippines.
What it's really like to be exposed to a melting pot.
Talk, Sean.
You know.
Oh, that damn TJ, right? Jamaican ass. Like, what the hell is he talking about?
Right? Exactly. I thought I was gonna have a fucking friend like TJ in my life, but I didn't. He's like,
Yeah.
I think
No,
that's the
only
crazy part
Yokota.
about it. Only Yokota. So I think the one thing when people when I tell that story that I went to Yokota High School, that's more I don't tell any college stories first.
Yeah,
Yokota is
that's
what I tell you
crazy. I
first.
feel the same.
That's cooler than
No.
Harvard.
There's a
You
lot
went
of
to high
stuff
school in
that,
Japan?
yeah, goes straight to back to Japan, and things that were
Local
experienced in
local hip
Japan.
hop local hip hop stars, like that's dope.
Shit, I went to college with me, Debbie Connolly, and Nate Jordan went to UMUC, University of Maryland, on
What?
we
Oh
took
yeah, I
religious
remember
history together. So I laugh at that. I left, went to college, came back, and took classes with him. Me and Nate was doing classes backstage. We're actually doing homework backstage at some of them wild parties at Club Heaven. So
Yup.
there's debauchery going on, and people are doing homework. Like I don't even understand how we did. You talking about work-life balance? Like I'm drunk and high, but I got to turn to cinema tomorrow too, and then get back to the party.
Yeah.
It's
And you
stupid.
had that you had that job at the
What?
child care place.
Then I had a job at the child care place that was they let me sleep at the bottom just so they can get tickets to come to the club.
Yeah, I remember that.
Cause I'd be at work like no sleep, drunk as hell. They let me go to sleep on the mat. I remember watching The Lion King,
What?
crying with the kids. but it's great. I mean, it led to me. I joined the military from Japan and started on my life journey, and met my wife, had my kids. But I'll say this, man, Yakota's always the truth. Nobody in Yakota can ever make it so big or so small that we don't still treat you like family. Like there's you can't be a big superstar and act like you don't know us, or you can't just be a janitor or go be on drugs and we not come get you or care about you. When one of us dies or one of us passes away or something happens to us, we all feel it because, like, I remember when Mike Ruth passed, man, I was so proud of him watching him in movies. Like, oh, that's the quarterback. We used to sack him, and he used to tell all the jokes and everything else. And then, of course, he passed away. But we were proud of Mike because he's one of us. When you see Derek Baskin doing his thing on Broadway or Olivia Munn, they're one of us. They're a Dakota kid. That's not something that they deny either. They don't act bigger than whatever.
Yeah,
They're
I'm pretty
they
sure they embrace that.
right. It's who we are. So if you're a Dakota kid, you always are. We are a small alumni, but it also puts something on you that you do have to change something. I think there's a little bit of expectation that you got to be doing something. And I know most Dakota kids, those of us that grew up there, we all are doing something. We were go-getters back then. If you think about it, man, we didn't have no older manager helping us out. I mean, I remember rapping outside of Club Heaven. That's how we got into Club Heaven, right? We grabbed the cat in the
Shit,
parking lot.
to me, you were the older manager in my
Man,
eyes.
You and
I
Nate
was an
were.
old man. I was
You
18.
were. I was like, shit, those guys have a manager or something. They're
Yeah.
like, they're
We
doing
consider
Well,
like
you and
Nate
Nate
was
special
the
brothers.
old
shit.
guy. Nate worked at an audio-visual place.
Yeah,
He was
like
actually,
we were like just high school kids. Like, oh damn, well these are people from outside.
You guys have practice?
You
What?
what? You're doing things in an organized
in an
fashion?
organized fashion.
What?
And it
There's
wasn't
a
even
hook?
organized, right?
What?
It wasn't even organized. It was
But
just
in our perspective, we're like, oh, you guys have mentors and shit. What's
It was
going on?
organized chaos, but it worked.
You guys, you like there's from our hip hop perspective, there was like one of the biggest influencers for me was Giuseppe, because before Giuseppe, and maybe you didn't know this, Sean, but before Seppi, rap was not a participatory thing. It was just something I listened to and appreciated, but I never like thought that I could like bust a freestyle or something like that or write rhymes or whatever. And just like what was I gonna say? I don't know. Just being there, being able to do that kind of thing, and then I just remember thinking that, oh, I was gonna say Seppi had influencers from a previous time that had moved away, and he carried on sort of this remnant or lineage, and I always think about these people that influence him as like this before time, and a lot of times you sometimes in my mind get mixed into that in a way, like you had been doing this before even FIP, and you brought this before time prehistoric knowledge of hip hop to, you know what I'm saying, to that you know what I mean. That's my, I didn't know for sure, but just from my unknowing perspective, you know.
I gotta give a lot of credit to a dude named Keenan Rusnak. If anybody
Yeah,
remember
Keenan. I remember Keenan.
Keenan was the king of stealing CDs.
What?
And if you went to his house, he had everything. When I say
Wow.
everything was in his room. So from PM Dawn to Wu Tang to, you know, and I think if you look at us from our age group, it's weird. I think the reason why Outkast stuck out, Outkast is the same age as I am.
Wow.
And I know that's weird to think about, that they came out around that time. You think about 94,
Right.
Biggie, Tupac, in Dakota, we listened to everything. There was no, even though we knew there was hip hop beef, we listened to everything.
Right.
Like,
We did.
I go back to 90s hip hop and I'm like, I'll bring it up, like, y'all heard of Apache? Now people haven't heard of Apache. You think about how hard Gangsta Bitch was going.
Yeah, right.
But so many people had heard of Apache.
Gangsta.
Just the range of hip hop is ridiculous. Yeah.
Rest in peace, Apache.
Right.
Rest in peace, Apache. Our Booyah Tribe. Just some
Yeah,
of the things
Booyah
that,
Tribe. Right.
that we listen to in our circle, because you have people that's like, yo, you ever heard of 8 Ball MG? I think it was TJ that brought up like Memphis hip hop and brought us some Ohio hip hop, because that's, you know, bringing up his flavor. I think everybody brought something to the table. Like, I never heard of them. Yo, put them on. Let me listen to them. And so I think
What I bring to the table,
Well, I mean, I didn't know Rappin' Forte without Rain. I wouldn't have known.
Thank you.
Yeah, and some of the other Bay Area folks,
Yeah,
Spice. I wouldn't have known.
He's baby.
Yeah, I mean,
Still to this day.
I was hip to E40 years before other people knew, you know, the mainstream knew E40 because of Rainer.
And the Click.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even like Spice
Don't forget
One.
Mac Dre.
I mean,
Mac Dre.
yeah. So, exactly.
Down.
Exactly.
Loonies, yes, like you said, Spice One, 3 Times Crazy, Brother Lynch Hung, Mr. Doctor, Sibo,
Yep.
Right.
RBL Posse, excuse me,
Dang,
D Legit, D Shot, Sugar T.
He's probably looking at CD collection.
No, I'm not. How about Dre Dog, Andre Nicotina, and
Drew Down.
you know,
Right. Dude,
yeah. Right.
So I think our hip hop. So I'm happy with this. When I introduce my kids to hip hop, it's not from one coast, right? I think we was there from when the South came up, when Outkast came and did their thing in 95 South and all of that. Luke, we didn't have any prejudice. It was just kind of like we appreciated the music, we appreciated the culture, and I think, like, for me, when I talk about hip hop, I always look at FIP like, when I see those pictures of the, you know, the Dove Shack and the Twins, and I think about that, it's almost like, did that really happen? Like, did we sit up there and freestyle? Was that what a freestyle session was?
We did. You saw me holding the camcorder.
Yeah. So I mean, when you think about all those things, I think that we had. When I look at hip hop artists or hip hop people I've ran into that have been doing it for 10, 15 years, they don't have any of the club dates that we have. I mean, I'm like, when you talk about first international players, it was a short period of time, but we packed a lot of success. Because I think about some of the clubs we played in. I remember falling asleep on speakers one night because not getting no sleep, not sleeping well. I remember partying with you guys, and I think like the club parties we'd be in, because some of the Japanese clubs would treat us like we had made it.
Remember Ghetto?
Yes.
I love Ghetto, boys, because they hand us the mic and then we'd be freestyling while everyone was dancing. That was so dope.
It was, and so when you think about times like that, you walk in, it's like, oh, it's the crew. We walked in like a crew, and everybody who hung out with us and talks about that, that's some of the most fun times of their life, man.
Right.
Oshan, can you tell the story quickly of when me and James had to open up for FIP at that one club where everybody came out? Remember
I
that?
remember
We made our
that.
debut.
Yes, I
Oh,
remember that. I got stuck
That
in
was
the
dope,
rail
right?
or
That was fun,
something.
right?
I would tell you what, man. I remember TJ. So I remember TJ was like, "Yo, my boy Rainer can spit." This is probably a better story because that logarithm power of 10 is James. The reason why I thought that was cool, you freestyled that. You actually came by the crib. TJ was bragging about y'all. Man, you gotta check out my boys, man. They can spit. And you busted that freestyle. And you was dead ass serious, like logarithms. I'm coming with the power. I can't remember the shit you said afterwards, but I was like, this motherfucker busted out logarithms
That's
on the
right.
rap. And I was like, that's it. Like, and the reason why I remember that because I said you didn't say like typical shit. I thought you know at first it was like, all right, man, he probably about to bust some white. I might be white, but I rap black. You know how
Right,
sometimes
right.
that goes down. But no, you came with your own shit, and Rainer was always like personality wise. Uh, Rainer, you just have the character. It's just your
Yeah,
character.
right, right.
Period. It's just it's infectious. So it don't matter. It doesn't even matter. You already had that entertainment type thing.
See,
People gravitate.
I'm not making it up, guys. It's not a gimmick.
Right, it's just that's you, and so you was always like, so I think when TJ was affected by that, and so when TJ introduced, and I remember y'all coming in and freestyle and everything else, and the saddest part, me and Nate, y'all just say how me and Nate thought about this shit, like why the fuck they want to freestyle, like we had no ego about it because we're trying to figure this out. This is Nate with his little 4-track tape player that we didn't even know how to use,
Yeah.
trying to loop beats in a circle so we can rap over them. So when you're talking about y'all wanted to hang with us, we're like, why? But it was the fun. It was the fact that we
We
were
were
doing those
we were
things.
just reaching out. We were doing hip hop outreach, really.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you
I
why right
think,
now, since,
yeah.
since, since I haven't talked to you. You guys were performing and doing things, man. We wanted to have some,
Right. Yeah, I think
feel that.
we were stuck in in a proverbial basement, sort of honing our craft and honing and honing and honing, and you can only hone a knife so sharp with, and then meanwhile you have nothing to do with it. And you guys were out there doing stuff, and I could totally see where Rain was coming from, because we were like, we had no clue. We didn't know you could
It was only
perform off
natural
base.
for me
Or
to
we were
gravitate towards you guys.
like I was using my political connections to make sure we could try to do like homecoming or something. You know what I mean?
My
Like,
political connections.
yeah, I mean, cause like not everyone got to play
Your
homecoming. You know what I'm
administrative
saying?
connections.
I'm
Yeah.
saying though, like, there's plenty of people would love to be on the stage taking up the time on homecoming, but that's not what happened. You know what I'm saying? We got the slot. You know what I mean? Or like other things. So I pulled strings here and there, but it never even crossed my mind that we would ever rap anyway. And I didn't necessarily take myself that serious.
Yeah, see, I was egging you on, James. Like,
Of course, yes,
you know,
everyone else was egging me on, but I had this mental block that I was like a gimmicky white dude.
I
That
was like, no. We're gonna make
You
a
know.
song. We're gonna make 2 or 3 songs, and we're gonna make sure they're right and on point. We're gonna go back and forth because it was just me and you. Remember, Steph had gone back to Hawaii,
Oh yeah, I
and
remember
then
that.
and then Rory was gone. So we was just a 2-man phonetics crew.
DJ Rory, man.
Yeah, no,
DJ
right?
Tag, yeah.
Bro, you see Rory. When I see Rory and Lex, man, shout out to DJ
Tag
Lex, man.
and Lex, yeah.
Tag. I gotta
Seppi's
tell you, man,
DJing
both
now
those
too.
dudes. Yeah, they both. I mean,
Yeah, all
they
of
do
them.
their thing.
Steph is too.
And so I got to give credit. I mean, again, Lex was so young, man, 14, 15. I forget how young everybody was as well. We're talking about 1994. It's 2020. That's 26 years ago.
Right.
Like I'm 44. So when you're talking about 1994, because I graduated when I was 17. So
Mm.
I was younger than my class, which is probably why most of my friends were 94 class type, because that should have been my graduating class by birth. But when I sit up there and I think about us hanging out and doing all those things, it was like you said, you feel old, but I wasn't old. We weren't talking to anybody. We kind of fell into these things, and
Well,
to be
yeah,
driving
but
up and
you
down.
you were old compared to us as 15-year-olds or
Right,
whatever.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
and teenage years, that's a lot
I
of
was like,
years.
oh
Yeah,
damn,
one
they're
year,
out of high
one or
school.
two
What the
years.
hell?
1 year is a big gap. 2 or
Right,
3 years.
exactly. I don't even hang
Yeah,
with
that's
people below my year, or like Rayner's lucky that he gets to hang out with me.
Like,
You know?
right.
he's only 40. He's only
He's a,
40, and I'm 44.
Yeah,
right. He's
right.
young. He's super young.
Yeah,
Shit.
So
he's still a kid, man.
so me and Nate would think about this. Like we would talk about like what we're gonna do if they get caught underage drinking. It's like, nigga, we underage.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Stop
Me and
doing
Nate
it,
would laugh
man.
about this all the time. Like, cause some of these owners would be like, you gotta watch them. We're like, well, who watching us? Like, we did a,
Right.
we did a when we did that show with Blackstreet in I don't remember if that was Zama. I can't remember what base Blackstreet was in. They wouldn't even let us. Like, we had to sneak into the club to
That's
party.
so crazy that you guys did stuff for Blackstreet too.
Right, like I remember like Teddy Riley was sitting in the back. Like, you talking about getting school for gay. Teddy Riley don't like parties. So we did that show for Blackstreet, and he's like, man, y'all was good. And I think about that all the time. Like, damn, we met Blackstreet and we partied with them. We met DJ Rectangle. If you remember, that's who did the freestyle for us when we were just sitting around with the twins and Dub Shack, and we just
Oh, yeah, he was
freestyle.
spinning? Yeah.
When DJ Rectangle was spinning for us.
Yeah, that was sick.
And so when you sit there and look at some of those moments and some of those things you got to do, I sit there and go, damn, I met Teddy Riley. Like, not recently, like when he was young Teddy.
Right, right.
And we opened for Blackstreet. That is the dumbest shit ever. Like, damn, we did that at Zama.
No,
And
that
it's
sounds
in the
ridiculous.
club. And me and TJ stayed behind. I don't remember if TJ or Tabari and Nate. That's the first time we heard the One More Chance beat.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then we asked the DJ for the B side so we could have instrumental. And I remember sitting in the club like, what the fuck is this?
Was that Take Your Time? Or?
Yeah, Take Your Time, young man. And so we heard that, we was like, yo, we got to have that. And of course it was like, well, that's popping stateside. Anybody heard it over here, we can make it into a song.
Yo, that Take Your Time? That Take Your Time? Man. That blew up in Yakota, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
People like, man, they sing and rap. Like some people weren't like, it was new to their ears, so they were still unsure, but some people were convinced too, you know?
I think, and I say this, the creativity of and I go back to that, and I think that's what's not lost on today, right? The creativity of the mind, because in the arts, that's why I fear that leaving school. The arts is where you can express yourself. That's the one place people can't control is your creativity, right? You can take my money, you can take everything else, but you can't take our creativity. And I think when I go back to the freedom of that, being younger, and just being able to create and be able to do things and be able to curse all you wanted to, and to be able to say beautiful words coming out of the mouth of teenagers. There's stuff you go, I wrote that when I was a kid. Like, since I've gotten older, I've written gospel songs, I've ghost written, and people are like, oh, that's beautiful or whatever. But I still go back and look at the foundation as just, it was always there. And when I look at it back then, it laid the foundation for what you do today. So when you say, hey, I'm smart, I'm creative, and there's all these things I can change, creativity has been in us from the beginning. And with no barriers, when you take away racism, you take about all the things that kind of rear their ugly head, like I said earlier, we're being happy and bullshit comes up. When you think about Club Heaven and all those shows that we did, we didn't run into a lot of bullshit other than business, right? Our creativity opened the door for us. And that's what everybody's just asking for. If I go out here and I grind and I try, and I get my opportunity and I take it. So when I think about that in that club, I didn't know what Club Heaven was till I got older. And I went back over there. I went over to Japan, and I, telling people, hey, we used to perform here. Didn't nobody believe me? Oh, this is a high dollar club, and seeing it as a grown man, I'm like, shit, it is.
Damn.
Were we on the stage? Did we perform in this place? Or that club that I don't even know how we got to that club that Bill Clinton performed in. I don't know how a rap group got it. I don't know how the fuck we did that.
What was Yokohama Bay Hall?
I can't remember. Like,
Remember? TJ, remember that one?
You said Yokohama Bay Hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Yokohama Bay Hall.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's 2 in the morning for me, so I'm gonna go.
Oh yeah, thanks so much for joining
You've
on,
been
Mike.
listening this whole time.
Yeah.
And by the way, probably, yeah, I gotta be shutting off the show here myself. But you guys can carry on if you want. I'm gonna throw on some Sep Rock beats and go. Knight, thanks so much for joining. And by the way, like I said, I'm just gonna do this new thing. Next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the next show or gathering, whatever we're gonna call it. I'm just gonna call this group chat. You'll know what it is, and you either answer it or you don't, and just give us your take on whatever the hell we're talking about.
Sounds good. I'll be on for sure.
All
Have
right.
a good night, everyone. Bye.
All right, y'all. Peace out.
James,
Thanks for joining in.
Peace out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace. All right, y'all. That is it. Oh, God. Oh, hold on. Yes, so, this, hold on. There we go. All right. So, live show, one person on. Thanks for tuning in and staying on with us tonight. Long episode. And, anyway, like, subscribe, all of that stuff. Thanks so much for tuning in, and peace out. Sep Rock Beats in the house.